Yeah, no, absolutely. When it needs to load new things into the world gen, exactly. I'm just waiting for this ad break to finish, which will finish in about 90 seconds, and then we'll dive in. So I can probably start this up now. Yeah, no, it's kind of wild, actually, like how good the stave compatibility is in Dwarf Fortress. No, I'm agreeing with you, Visor. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just kind of elaborating on what you said. Armed neutrality. Hello. Having a pretty good day. YouTube folks and Twitch folks. Friends watching on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. There's 60 of you watching and 13 likes. We can make that like number go up. I'm going to chuck a goal into the YouTube stream. It's primarily there for YouTube algorithm purposes. It's a super chat goal. You can interact with it if you want. Don't if you don't. It doesn't matter to me all that much. It's just there because YouTube's YouTube. And Twitch chat. If you'd like to help out the YouTube stream at no cost to you, here's a link to it. You can go leave a like and close it, or mute the tab and give me the extra view. YouTube chat. If you would like to help out the Twitch chat at no cost to you, same goes to you. There's a link to the Twitch chat, except Twitch doesn't have a like button, so you can just, you know, go lurk or whatever. Do what you want. I'm gonna click this button. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm waiting on, Necrontier. That's kind of where I'm at too. Because I'm really curious actually how far off the Siege update is. Because Necrontier says I'm waiting for the Siege update before kicking off a new world just in case. Yeah, I'm very much in the same boat. The only problem is that you can't focus 100% on it. Progress is slow. That sounds like growing up, my dad built a deck that took him about the better part of half a year to finish. It was like the side deck of the house. It was really nice when it was done, but... You went to bed watching and woke up streaming? You must have slept longer than I did, because I ended at 5 last night, and... like, turned it on at 9. So, like, you slept a lot. If you went to bed and just woke up, you slept a lot. Like, way more than... I got, like, 6.5 hours tops. Like, damn, I'm jealous. Also, I need to go do something. I'll be right back. I'm also going to grab my water. You can probably redeem a name a Dwarf chat if you want to. Alright. Necrontier. Rando recruit, otherwise miner first. Okay, gotcha. You have a problem? What's your problem? Would you like one of these two miners? How does Name a Dwarf work? You click on the little, quill. And then in YouTube chat, you post emoji when I shout. Post one of these emojis. In Twitch chat, they have a redemption that they can redeem. Then my Wednesday to Thursday sleep, none. Yeah, because work, right? Got like 3 weeks of time, and then I go to the UK for 2 months for work. Oh, geez. Are you going to be able to watch during that time, or am I going to miss you for 2 months? Top one. Okay. And YouTube folks, the first person to put a skull emoji into the YouTube chat can name something, a dwarf or object. She never becomes angry and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others and has little interest in joking around. She tends to share her own experience and thoughts with others, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Visor got it. What would you like to name? A dwarf or an object, and what would you like to name it? Personally, values tranquility and views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, sees power over others as something to strive for, and values family and peace over war. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes lemonite and nickel silver, as well as adventurine and pomelo wood and seahorse leather and alpacas for their jutting teeth, and the words of the North Way. I haven't heard that one before. And the site of the diamond mines. Have heard that one before. And personally prefers to consume giant louse and giant tapir cheese and sorghum beer. A really useless dwarf. That is like the second most requested thing, so I'll give you somebody random because that's not really a thing. There is no such thing really as a useless dwarf. They're all kind of useful. There are annoying dwarves, but they're just going to die quickly, so I'll just give you a happy dwarf who doesn't have a remarkable job. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Male or female? What would you like? Try to do a range for it. So in regards to range stuff, because I'm going to be answering this question until the world ends. If you open up a squad menu for any squad actually, but for range squads, you can now select what type of bolts you want by typing add ammunition. This is done on a squad by squad basis, but you only need to do it once per squad. You click add ammunition, and then you select the type of ammo, the material of ammo, and then confirm. And then you can select whether or not you want them to use it for combat or for training or both. It shows you everything that they have available to them and that they've claimed for the squad, and everything that they have available to them for the other options. So this is for training. I have it selected as training. This is for combat. I have it selected for combat. Somebody could clip that if they want and reshare it when people ask about assigning ammo. And then here we have also the ability to change stuff after the fact for materials. The second thing, which I actually want to test a little bit, is this, supplies. I'm actually going to set this squad to no food and no water. Well, actually, we'll keep them with drink, but I'm going to tell them to not take food. So then I'm going to select this squad, and we're going to go equip, and we're going to go supplies. Oh, okay, interesting. You can select multiples at once. This one's also going to be no food. The reason I'm going to have the Marks Dwarves set to no food is because I have zero intention of sending this squad out to go do combat stuff. So I think all my Marks Dwarf squads are just going to be no food. They'll keep drink, but I don't want them bringing food with them because there's no reason for them to carry food. Except the difference was back in pre 0.5, it was a really buggy system and didn't really work. At least everything from 44 onwards was really buggy. Those bugs have also been fixed. So even though you would assign them, they would still use the wrong bolts. And also all of the issues with like assigning food and drink are like gone and fixed. From my brief testing yesterday, it is better than it was before. The other thing that they will do, this is a barracks that I have assigned to these two squads. I should probably chuck this bottom one on it as well. When they're not assigned, they will put the bolts that they have assigned to them into a chest if you select this option. I'm also going to select this option so that they put their weapons on these. I'm curious if those will work. But yeah, big fan. Any difference between the damage of bolt materials? It's weight-based, sharpness-based. It's exactly the same as like other normal weapons. So if a weapon is sharp, it'll do like cutting damage. If it's heavy, it'll do blunt damage. So like bolts, wooden arrows, and bone arrows do blunt damage. Whereas sharper metals will do sharp damage, heavy metals will do heavy damage or blunt damage, etc. But like bone and copper bolts and wooden bolts are actually really good at like disarming enemies, not very good at hurting them. Like a male dwarf. You're a thresher. Welcome to the fort. Boat fame. The famed boats. Is prone to hatreds and often hates Let me start over. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He is sloppy with his living space and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He does not often feel lustful. He tends to be tight with resources when working on projects. He is often cheerful. He tends to think before acting. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He can handle stress, and he tends to be passive in discussions. And when he's trying to remember something, he usually starts tapping his feet. He's Sonic. He looks at the screen and goes, "Hurry up, kid." He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Yeah, also good at forcing dodges. Same with catapults. Catapult's pretty good at forcing dodges. He personally values tranquility and a peaceful day and values peace over war and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. He dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes conglomerate and rose gold and mudstone and moonstone in nav fabric in the color dark indigo. Shields, enormous corkscrews, and sheep for their wool, giant anacondas for their great size, and the sound of the tressed lilac. And when possible, prefers to consume clown loach, beetroot wine, and hates purring maggots. Sorry, didn't you already have a dwarf? I mean, did your dwarf die yesterday? They must have. If you redeem one, yeah, I'll dwarf you a second time. But you have to redeem one. And I don't think you redeemed one, unless you redeemed one at the beginning of the day that I missed. Did you? I don't see one. There was Necron tier 8 minutes ago. Yeah, you have to redeem one. But yeah, if you redeem one, I'll name you again, of course. Cajun Bard, thank you very much for the 60th month with Prime. Chat, can I get a round of beers? That's 60 months. It's a bloody long time. So let's read through the named dwarves. We've got Necron tier Lennox, Bonesaw, one of my were creatures. I might actually have to expel some people today because we've got a lot of really pissed off dwarves. I haven't been very nice to them, so it's my own fault. Hippo is in the fort. We've got Giant Slayer, who killed a giant. One-on-one. We got Hammerface, very skilled dwarf. We've got Laya. We've got Grumpy Old Man. We've got RNX Dumb. RXN Dumb. We've got Pain Mother. Pain Mother is a hell of a hero of a dwarf. Hell of a hero. We've got Trent Reznor, because of course we do. We've got another were creature. We've got Arkloid. We've got Adam Zucci. We've got Brian, killed with style. Midnight X. Got Vile. Zalvi. Visor, who we just named. Dr. House. Stormwolf. Snail. Dave Danger the Warlock. We've got Stormpup, Gumbo, and that's everybody. Except I'm just going to search by most pissed off. I'm going to expel a few dwarves here. Dwarves that aren't named, I'm just going to get rid of 2 or 3. I like how my manager's in that list. That's funny. Because I need to push this number down a little bit. I don't really want to use mist generators unless I absolutely have to. If that warlock doesn't end up a lich, you'll be sad. Well, prepare sadness. Or prepare for sadness. So one of the first things I need to do is make some bedrooms. One of the reasons all these dwarves are so upset is these are all the dwarves who need bedrooms. Which ain't great. So that's something that we're working on. I'm also doing a little bit of fortress renovating. I'm cutting away this wall. Because this wall is a rough wall. And you don't really want rough walls. Rough walls have this habit of being very easy to climb. And I don't really want things climbing over my walls. Also, warlocks don't exist in Dwarf Fortress, so you're probably referring to liches. Or, like, necromancer. I don't have any current plans to do necromancy in this fort. What are we building? We have two main construction projects. One is this one, where I am in the process... the entry, if you can see the entrance, it's easier. This is the magma sea, which I have drained, flooded, and turned into obsidian. And I am in the process of digging out and renovating the magma sea. So that's project number one. The other project is up on the surface, which is about 100 layers above that, where I am deconstructing and reconstructing parts of the outside of my fortress because it is a... Oh, that's not good. Are you... You're fine. That could have been a lot worse. Because it is... what's the word? A world-generated castle that we settled on top of. So it's world-gen structures, so it's made out of... The outside of it's made out of boulders, and I'm trying to turn a lot of those boulders from boulders into, like, bricks so that they're harder to climb. So if you actually look at the edge of this, it's at... Okay, the game decided to do this. Boulders, if you hover your mouse over a boulder-constructed wall, it says rough wall. If it's made out of bricks, it'll just say wall. Rough walls are like 100 times easier to climb than smooth walls. Smooth walls are very difficult because they're made out of bricks, whereas rough walls, you could just boulder your way up the side of them. And because we've been getting attacked, we got attacked by elves twice, they have a habit of climbing over my wall. Hello, Big Tom. Welcome to Twitch. That's what we're building. Russian fell. Rushy fell. It's a better way to make above ground than hauling upward, though. It's a better way to make above ground than hauling upward, though. I give up and turned on fast dwarf. You gave up and turned on fast dwarf. Why? I mean, hey, live your life. I wouldn't do that. I've had so many people tell me to turn on fast dwarf in the past 72 hours. Specifically yesterday as well. I love the tidbit about that bug from yesterday, though, that one of the reasons dwarves were always tired is because they were also sleeping in slow motion. Because they were sleeping at like a tenth of the speed, they never got a restful night's sleep. It's like, oh, it's me. We've got a bunch of dwarves who can't get REM sleep with an eating disorder who like drink too much. It's literally what we had yesterday. It's very funny. Spicy burrito is spicy. Spicy as advertised? I mean, that's a good burrito then. Killed with style. I hate your dwarf. You're haggard and keep tantruming. You've killed one of my dwarves, which is mildly annoying. You're driving me nuts, man. You're driving me nuts. Also, I don't know why. I'm just gonna take you off of smelting. Let's just give you a break from things. Just go sink into depression again. Fine. You just keep tantruming. Like, it is by your request, to be fair. Do I have processed plants as a job here? I do not. Why do I not have processed plants? Oh, I do. It's right there. Maybe I just need more of them. Yeah, I think I just need more places to process plants. Let's just jump up to here. I think it's literally just this one. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so I'm going to go and make some more places to process plants. That's what I'm going to do. Why don't you start it playing when you leave? Damned Tim. Mm-hmm. I don't know who Tim is. Oh, I see. You're talking about him saying about damn time instead of about damn Tim. Now, speaking of things that are a problem. How big is this siege? They fly now? Well, they have wings. I haven't seen these guys fly, though. These are necromancer experiments, and they're zombified necromancer experiments. Because they're zombies, that's pretty unlikely that they would fly. A small eyeless humanoid. It has wings of stretched skin, and its pink skin is waxy. This night creature was first created by a dwarven necromancer named Sodel, after experiments on an elf in 841. I don't think they're going to fly. And Rushy Fell, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you greatly. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Please and thank you. I did build overhangs like a real castle. However, trees have a habit of growing when I'm not paying attention, and then they climb up the side of the tree and then attach onto the side of the wall and then climb over. So overhangs are not exactly a guaranteed safeguard. They do help a lot, but they're not a guaranteed safeguard. So overhangs and smooth walls will fix the problem. But overhangs in and of themselves are not a one-stop fix. They are part of the fix, but they're not the whole fix, if that makes sense. Moat road. I'm not going to build a road because roads are really fucking ugly, but I am working on tiling it.
I'm unemployed for the next 12 hours. How's your day?
Well, I got at least 6 hours of stream for you, so I can help eat up those 12 hours. How does it feel to be unemployed for the next 12 hours? This is the good kind of unemployed because you're moving on to new employment, yeah? It's exciting times, dude. You know, like, there are people that I know who, like, started going to med school when I first started streaming, and they're now, like, you know, doctors. I remember when you started taking pilot's lessons, and now you're gonna go fly planes. It's cool. That's awesome, man. Like, you should be proud. It's not scary. It's exciting. This is good stuff. I'm actually just going to boot this dwarf as well, because this dwarf is a problem as well. I've just got a couple problem dwarves that just really need to be dealt with. Okay, so this undead army seems to mostly be hanging out here. We're going to stress test my Marks dwarves today. That's something that we're going to do. I'm going to set all of these to ready. I just need to finish this wall, and hopefully they don't start moving this way. More scared about the move than the new job. Yeah, no, I mean, it's excited, right? It's exciting. This is good news. Sat, can I get a round of beers for Pilot Guy for the 63 months? Remember, when something exciting happens, like a resub, post beers. I do love DF Hack. I just don't love what's it called? The things that make me feel like the game is cheating for me. I'm sure that it's cool. I mean, like, I know a lot of people also, like, yell the praises of Auto Butcher. I like to feel This sounds like I'm praising my own, like, brain ability. I like to feel dumb when I forget something and something exciting happens. The problem I have with DF Hack isn't that DF Hack automates the game. Automating the game can be very useful if that's what you want. I want to fuck up and make mistakes and then have to fix my mistakes, right? If I don't fuck up and make mistakes, I don't feel like I'm playing Dwarf Fortress. I feel like I'm playing a different game. And I like the fact that Dwarf Fortress banks on you fucking up for interesting things to happen. I've played with all of those scripts turned on. They're useful if you feel you need them. I feel they take away the surprise of, oh shit, because oh shit is what makes this game fun to me. You know? So, hey, it's not that I don't like DF Hack. DF Hack is one of the most useful things I've ever used. I use it to debug the game all the time. I just don't want the game to play itself for me. I want to play the game. If I didn't want to play the game, then, you know, I would do that. But there's nothing useful to me about automating the game's processes for me. That's just actively taking away from the experience that I'm seeking. So, I'm wondering, oh, this must be like a human kind of style siege, because they're all just kind of standing there. Cat on lap, good day, hell yeah. Plans for the weekend, if any, Creed? But no, Dwarf Fortress is about surprising events happening that you're not expecting. I don't want to automate those out of the game, which is what those do. So that's why I always have pushback there. If you disagree and you think that the game is still fun without that surprise factor, then okay. Goblins just attack. Elves ambush and humans siege. Humans will wait outside for a very long time and wait for you to come to them. Elves will retreat when they run out of ammunition. Goblins will retreat when they lose 60% of their capacity, and humans will retreat when they panic. Not yet, Rushy fell. That is not a mechanic in the game yet. That is a thing that is being worked on. Ever play Songs of Six? Unfortunately, I decided to play that game recently. It was a mistake. I won't play it again for a while until I rebalance that fucking awfully balanced game. Yes, I've played Songs of Six. I have 200 hours in Songs of Six. The game's in a really pathetically bad state when it comes to balance at the moment. Some real salty streams. I'm glad it was fun for you. I need to get rid of this skeleton. Also, the game is hitching mostly due to stuff that's going on underground. But I need to actually solve that because that hitching is getting annoying. I do actually have a theory as to what's causing it, though. What's the main point of imbalance is you stop asking me about the video game and take my statement as stated. I was very annoyed after playing the game the last time and don't want to think about it until I play it next. That's it. It's poorly balanced. That is the amount of information you're going to get from that statement. If you would like to watch Songs of Six, tune in when I'm playing Songs of Six and ask me about Songs of Six then. I'm, yes, salty about it if you can't tell. End of subject. I really, really don't want to think about that game right now. All right. If it was as simple as too easy, too hard, I would have said that. It's not overly contentious. I just really don't want to talk about that fucking game. I'm just, yeah, salty is a good way to put it, but pissed off is another. I wish that game was still in version like 30. I liked it a lot more back then. You have not made me mad. Just disappointed. I'm smiling from ear to ear. I'm not mad. What? Hi, Salty. You're one. You would know. Vizor in YouTube chat says, why is it sometimes imbalanced games are awful and why sometimes imbalanced games are awesome? I think that imbalanced games that let you do whatever are awesome. I think that imbalanced games that force you in a particular direction and make you play the game exactly the way the developer wants you to play it fucking sucks. All right, so let me just check my Mark's Dwarfs here. Except for these guys. Oh. You know what? I'm just going to get rid of this squad for right now. Because they're just getting in the way of things. Okay, so you guys go here. You guys go here. And you go there. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to fight them if they're... so I'm not sure they're coming to me. No, they are not. We're going to have to go to them. I can't do that. Well, I'm not going to do that, rather. I don't want to change the name of the mayor, because then I'll have to remember that forever. I'll name it the Grand Mayor, or the Pure Mayor, or the Boss Mayor, or the person in charge, but I don't want to name them Grand Moff. Unless you can give me a good reason to do that. It's mostly just a practicality thing. I can name something else the Grand Moff. Maybe the what did I just do? Just had to let her in. Where'd my mayor go? This is why I don't want to fucking do this, man. What's the name of the mayor? I nod. But for searchability reasons, I don't want to do that. We just got done watching some Star Wars and it's still buzzing in your head. Actually, here's a make do I can do. How's that? Just put in brackets. Just so I can still search for it. Also, what Star Wars stuff, if I can ask? Does that? Yeah, that was patched yesterday before I finished stream. It was supposedly an issue with the changed speeds of crossbow firing. So crossbows, basically time was slowed down to shoot crossbows, which affected other portions of the job code. So they were sleeping, eating, and drinking in slow motion, which was patched at like 4:30 yesterday. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know. I don't like renaming my mayor to that. TLDR, I like it when things stay lore believable when it comes to rules. So now I'm like back on I'm not going to do that. So I'm just not going to do that. Not my mayor. What other role would you like? I'll give it to some random dwarf, but I don't want to do it for my mayor. This is a volley of emotions. But it is locked? Yeah, because, wait, which button? I mean, if it's locked, it's because it's on cooldown, because it was literally just used, probably. Let's just go with one of the militia commanders. Because that would make more sense. Still don't like it, but I'll do it. Can I just expel your dwarf actually killed with style? Like, genuinely? Oh, yeah, no, I should delete that button fully. I'm never gonna reenact that button. Mostly because there's no reason for it to exist, and I just got so tired of it throwing the entire, like, I've got enough things that just, like, shut my brain off and make me think about something else, and I'm already on pills to stop my brain from doing that. I don't need, like, you guys to have a push-friendly button to do that as well. I have said that at some point maybe I'll read the whole thing for a charity or something, but Yeah, it's just the room is still there. It's just it became too much at a point. All right, so I think now is a good opportunity for us to see Mark's Dwarf tactics. What do you think, chat? I think this is a really good opportunity to see this. Do you have like a missing hand or something? Yeah, this fort's really hitchy. It freezes periodically. We're gonna need to do some debugging, I think, tonight. I love how there's this dwarf who just can't really breathe, can't really grasp, is very wounded, and so thus is running around soon to be completely naked with a helmet on. Good luck, dwarf. Good luck. The Dwarf Fortress channel, Bismuth. You could literally just make a repeating job that happens seasonally for the number of animals that you have that you could milk or shear. YouTube chat. You don't need to use auto milk in DF hack. It's literally like 18 button presses, if that. More like 8 button presses to set that exact thing up. But I digress. You technically aren't naked? Yeah, I'm not naked. I'm wearing a hat and a belt. I can't remember what comedian did that bit, but... How do you embark on a castle? You use DF hack and you use the command embark anywhere. Or you do some very heavy Dwarf Fortress adventure mode shenanigans, which I was too lazy to do. We're going to see how effective Mark's Dwarf tactics are. And if they all just go running in. Ha! Wait. Is this an additional ambush? Hold on. Oh my god, it is. Is it? Well, they're attacking me. My dwarves are charging in. Let's just send all my dwarves right there. So here come all of the arrows. Flying out, most of them just colliding directly with that wall. This legendary wrestler charging right up front. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? Dodging in between so many bolts. Dwarf is novice in almost every way in the military. Immediately gets into fighting. Alongside of Giant Slayer, who's immediately in a martial trance. And Hammerface, the legendary mace dwarf with the artifact gold mace. Behind them, my Mark's dwarves are moving forward. We've got a bear who's climbing a tree, because that's what Dave Garoller Bear does. And the dwarves begin fighting. We'll wait until I start seeing bolts heading in the other direction. The dwarves are in that martial trance with the elves. I'm seeing one of my dwarves getting... Did you just drop a weapon? I don't think so. No? Okay, well, I'm not sure what you're up to. These dwarves, are you guys firing bolts yet? Nope, they're still moving up. It's going to take a little bit for them to get into the fighting. Dwarf in the martial trance, dodging in between these zombies and putting them down pretty quickly, it seems like. The naked one is fighting as well. And how are you doing? He screams, gruesome wounds beyond fear. He's biting a zombie in the head and latching on firmly, and then also kicking the zombie in the lower body, I presume, while still biting in the head. And previously screamed, I was attacked by the dead. This is truly horrifying. Man, you're the shirtless, pantsless, helmet-wearing soldier. I think you are truly terrifying. Behind us are the Marks dwarves still. The bear is still climbing a tree. The other bear has climbed down the tree but is injured and is going to take a moment to get into the fighting. Over here on the side, we've got Fath, who is a little tired and, you know, probably not going to want to worry about training that martial training because you're going to have plenty of that in a moment. Hammerface is in the middle of the chaos. Giant Slayer's in the middle of the chaos. Giant Slayer and Hammerface are both in martial trances and have probably already killed a whole bunch of things. Hammerface here appears to have taken out several zombies already. I mean, down here at the bottom. And then you as well, several zombies already as well. They're continuing to fight through the fray, and my bolts are now starting to fly in the other direction. We can see one right here. Let's just unpause the game. They are now all firing. We actually look, find one who's shot a bolt. Iron bolt strikes the elf corpse in the lower body, tearing the muscle. So the bolts that are flying from the right are from my Marks dwarves. Some of them are obviously going to miss, but ideally more of them hit than miss. They do appear to be doing actually some decent damage so far. We've also got dwarves now that are getting tired, which is bad. Giant Slayer here has killed 2 zombies total. Behind him, Hammerface has killed 3, 4, 5, 6. More bolts are flying. This is a really risky move, by the way. Yeah, no, it works. Their new patterns work because they're just standing back here. Look at this. They're not moving in. They're just they've formed a line and they're firing. That is what you want. You want them to form a line and fire. And you know, they're like a third of the way through their bolts in a lot of cases. All of them using varying levels of numbers of iron bolts. They work. That's what they're supposed to do. The question is, what do they do when they run out of ammo? The Swordmaster here, who's armless, is just punching them now in the right lower arm, which seems to be doing some work. I wonder how that biting thing went. He bit it in the head, latched on firmly, and then dodges a bunch of bolts and then starts punching. As we poke around through these various dwarves here, we've also got a very injured Ron Pisley. This Grizzly's also seeing bad days, but Dave Growlerbear seems to be doing all right. Is actually scratching this corpse in the wing repeatedly, which is actually doing quite a good job. I'm not even seeing the rest of my dwarves. Where the hell are they? They're hard to spot in here. We've got a injured wrestler. Fath here seems to be having a rough time. Sam! Our 4th? That's terrifying. You don't take a month or 2 break to, like, heal after that? That seems intense. Welcome back, Sam. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Sam Texagon, keeping that subscription alive? Bolts continue to fly and continue to fly and continue to fly. It looks like we're going to lose at least several of my dwarves in this, which is kind of okay. I'm kind of expecting this. I just really wanted to test this. Up here, we've got another Swordmaster who has dropped their weapons, who's also just punching. Down here, we've got Fath, who's the one who's going to die. It's a real shame, truly. Not actually seeing the rest of them. Where'd they go, even? I mean, you're in a martial trance, but let's just let these bolts fire. Here comes another. Here comes the Grand Moff. He's going to charge in and assist as the bolts continue to fly. Hammerface here is still beating. With Cancor, of course, which is fracturing skulls. How many do you have at this point, Dwarf? These are, okay, so 2 zombie elves, 1 zombie human, 6 zombie whatever those soldiers are, 2 zombie whatever those soldiers are, 2 zombie elves, 1 zombie elf, and 2 zombie those. That's a lot. That's how much that dwarf has done in this one fight. The Mark Dwarves are continuing to fire. Flying Iron Bolt strikes the Elven Corpse in the foot. The Flying Iron Bolt strikes the soldier in the left wing, strikes the soldier in the upper body, tearing the liver, strikes it in the head, fracturing the skull. Yeah, no, they're doing work. Seeing if any of them have zombie kills from this fight just now. Yeah, this one has 2. Hit 1 in the head, and the head was cloven asunder. And hit another one in the head, and the head was cloven asunder. They used to do that before. Like, they would get kills with bolts. It was just infrequent. And usually only from towers that they would do that. A lot of these are actually dead at the back here, so this is kind of where the death line is. Fath here, who's going to die, is still flailing and trying to maintain on the last reaches of life. In fact, was recently biting a elf in the upper body, and trying to do some final damage to that zombie. Showing that zombie who's boss and who's for lunch, truly. I'm assuming they still do the same thing, Pixel Pusher. Pixel Pusher in YouTube chat is wondering how assigned animals work for new range standoffishness. I'm sure they still just charge in. I mean, that's what they're supposed to do in regards to the animals. Oh my god, look at them. They're gonna go get more ammo. Holy shit, that's crazy. I kind of don't like... I wish they would actually just go aggro, but oh well. Who's left? Overexerted. Now this is probably where we lose the last of the dwarves, probably. Or maybe not. Maybe they'll be able to fight them back. I'm also waiting for the game to finish seizing, because the game is currently frozen. Uncheck forbid ammo during sieges. I think I have... yeah, I should. Although a lot of this is arrows. Although I'm not positive I want them charging into the middle of the bolts. Let's just do that. How many kills do you have? 4? Where are you? Oh. I was going to say, I haven't seen any dwarves with spears. Where are you? So I do also still just have some dwarves that just haven't made it to the fighting yet. Which is kind of funny, actually. Well, hang in there, Hammerface. Giant Slayer has been found dead. Swordmaster. So there was actually an elven ambush in this that was unrelated to these zombies. We also have the exhausted, injured Grand Moff. And it seems like Hammerface is finishing off the last few, unless you get stunned and die, which you didn't. And we've won the fight. And Dave Danger the Warlock has only ever killed a cat. As for why, I don't know. We've won. Makes you really excited for siege weapons once the update comes out? Oh yeah, no, me too. Very much so. Are you gonna make it there, Dwarf? I really need to figure out the source of this hitching. Might do some DF hack commands to see if anything sorts it. Unconscious, seriously injured. Okay, so you just fell asleep. Okay, we should be good. We should be good. Let's see if you can move here, Dwarf. Once you wake back up. You don't. I actually, Edomek, you really don't. But just go watch Hoodie Hair's video on were creatures. But the short answer is you don't, or you don't want to. Or rather, wait, combat? I thought you were saying using them as squads. How do you combat werewolves? Lock the door. Lock all the door. Build a lot of doors and try and isolate them is what you do. All right, I need to pause the game because I am at 0 frames per second currently. Something is causing pathing problems, and I need to solve what? Is there something with like 1,000 job cancels or something? Hold on a second, I gotta answer this. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to answer that. That was actually a phone call I had to answer. Wild, hey? But yeah, I haven't seen Reanimator, so I don't know why that cat had it coming, but I'll just have to take your word on it. Okay, we bound that one book that needed binding. I'm making wooden bolts. That can stay there. That can stay there. That can go away. That can go away. All right. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to slaughter a whole bunch of livestock. Actually, do I have anything in cages? No. Do I have anything here in cages? Yes. Where are they? See how many of these I can train. Deal with you. Actually. Let's get rid of you. Certainly not in this biome, but more like food stock. Do necromancer sieges ever bring undead animals? Yep, sometimes. I got attacked by a necromancer siege that had undead ravens, and they dive bombed me through lava. They were giant ravens. It was terrifying. Genuinely one of the scariest sieges I've ever dealt with. Okay, so let's see what's being canceled. Item inaccessible. What's inaccessible? Where is it? Okay, nothing should be in... Oh, that's why it's inaccessible. Okay, nothing should be inaccessible now. So I am having some pretty bad frame rate problems in this fort. These started around halfway through yesterday, and it's likely due to the fact that this fort is ridiculous, gigantic, and has tons of like super awkward, hard to get to areas. So it's likely entirely self-inflicted. I'm not blaming the game for that at all. It's because I'm draining these caverns. And also, I'm just gonna look at this and see, is there a way that I can... Actually, are these even powered right now? Yeah, these ones are. I'm going to check. Did I connect you to a lever? Because if I did, I'm just gonna deconstruct that. No, not that. I'm gonna deconstruct this. Because this is connected to this, which goes up to... Okay, well, actually, yeah. Well, we're still just gonna deconstruct that so I can tell. The antagonist scientist makes a chemical that brings things back to life, and then they rampage, and the protagonist cat dies, and then the scientist reanimates it, and it goes crazy. So it's like John Wick Cat Edition. Sounds great. Sign me up. But yeah, no, I'm very ecstatic about this update. Although there are quite a few things in it that I'm just like, am I going crazy? Because this was in the game before, but it didn't work like this. Like the ammo selection stuff was in the game before. A lot of people have pointed that out. It did not work anything like this. Nothing like this. It was very much a like semi-functional feature before. So I think it's almost fair to say that, like, oh, this is back. In a lot of ways, to me, it just kind of feels like, oh, they, like, actually did a feature that was in the game once before Justice, which is really cool to see. Like, really cool to see. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but that's very much how I feel at the moment. Chad, how do you guys feel about the new update for those of you who've messed with it? I'm just happy that it's out, frankly. It's nice to have new stuff. It's always nice to have new stuff, so that's just kind of a given. But not only is it nice to have new stuff, it's nice to have new stuff that I thought was going to take longer than it ended up taking. Like, I was kind of just getting a little sad, expecting it to take another, I don't know, 6 months for there to be any real changes, because I kind of thought they would all come in at once. For some reason, I was expecting all of those Siege features to come out at the same time, but now I'm kind of curious if, like, what are we going to get next? Like, I wonder what Tarn's next focus is. Something that I also did yesterday is I pestered him a little bit to see if he'd come on stream to talk, and he said that he's been pretty busy, but could probably make time. So I'm going to try and get that done sometime sooner than later, and just be like, hey, so, like, what's the status of things? Like, where's the game at right now? Like, how is the update coming along? What have you worked on? Have there been any major challenges? Are there things that you're going to have to do differently than you expected? Stuff like that. So maybe not the biggest interview that I've ever done, because I don't want to waste too much of his time, because he does have a stepkid now. But I think that would be, or potentially be, a very interesting discussion. Yeah, well, I mean, it still might be fall, right? Like, we're into summer, and I think 3 months from now is not an unreasonable expectation, Ilmarin. But, like, I didn't think that we would get Mark's Dwarves like this. Because there's another thing, like, if you look at Tarn's blog posts, there's things that he's been working on where it's like, oh, like, you're actually, like, making progress. Like, Tarn doesn't work on things linearly. He kind of works on everything all at once, I find. And the longer I pay attention to Tarn's work, the more that seems to be the case. The ammo fix is very cool as well. When it worked in the older versions, it felt like luck. Yeah, no, totally, that it was working. I think that might have something to do with the fixed older, like that 1 foot cliff note, or footnote. I think it's probably the right word, not cliff note. detail in the patch notes where it said fix some old collection bugs in regards to collecting ammunition, because that's probably what that's referring to, where it's like, yeah, it certainly worked before, but it was like, cross your fingers and hope to die kind of thing. Let's just hope that this works. Because sometimes it would work, and sometimes it just, like, mysteriously wouldn't for no real discernible reason. I like it when the next update is yesterday. You know? I guess, like, so as YouTube chat says, Nadagkram says, it seems as though it's the little things that make the biggest difference. I think when when a game like Dwarf Fortress is so built in Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have tacked on features, right? It has systems. And like, I'm trying to think of another game that doesn't really have tacked on features, but just has systems. Like an example of this is like Deus Ex, right? It's like everything is there for a reason and everything plays into the systems that already exist in the game for a purpose. And when you add something small, it completely changes. Actually, here's a good example. System Shock. That System Shock 2 remaster that just released. System Shock 2. They've added co-op. Which, like, on its surface, okay, they've added co-op. So what? You've added a small feature to a game with a lot of dense systems that now can be exploited in completely different ways. Because you've added a small feature to a game full of dense systems. And I think that's kind of the case for Dwarf Fortress as well, because in a lot of ways, Dwarf Fortress, more so in adventure mode, but in Fortress mode 2 to a degree, is an immersive sim where you add one seemingly small addition and the entire game changes. You know, like they added religion and now it's like, well, Mega Beasts can join religions. Oops, that wasn't intended. Oh, well, that's exciting, though. And I think that that's really cool. Like, really cool. All right, let's let these dwarves gather a shit ton of stuff. It's from dwarves trying to pick up ammo that wasn't assigned to the weapon that they had. Yeah. The royal treasurer meets with the broker. This is from the humans. I asked them to bring me grizzlies last time. I think... since I'm using metals now, I'm going to request Lemonite and Limonite. They want crutches and ammunition. Okay, well, save the arrows for next time. Mega Beasts can join religions now. Mega Beasts have been able to join religions since 2019. It's very rare, but sometimes if you're looking in Legends, you'll see, like, a Cyclops or a Minotaur or a... because they can speak, right? So anything that can speak can join a religion. And it'll be very funny because it'll be like... I had a giant prophet in one of my worlds where I would... you call that... no, I call that a megachurch. No, exactly. And the giant prophet had a habit of... basically preaching this religion in this city that the religion existed in this human faction, and then would leave and just go murder a shit ton of goblins and like strangle a bunch of chickens and like beat the shit out of a bunch of animals and then go back home and preach this religion. Completely unintended bug, but they've left it in because I think it's great. And Tarn said in one of the interviews, he's like, we would love to like cater to that and like try and make it so that if they do end up joining a religion, that they are then neutral to that faction if you're playing as that faction. Stuff like that. So, like, I'm super stoked for that sort of thing. I think that that is a really exciting, fun concept to think about. So, not that they can join them now. They've been doing that for a while. It's just, it's a unintended feature that some people found on the forums and were like, yo, what the shit? Why do I have a Cyclops Pope? I think was the first thread that I saw called that. I want to say it was on the subreddit, actually. That was where I saw it. And there's also a mod that I saw Krug Smash using that basically like incentivizes that behavior and also allows them to be made leaders of factions. Although it doesn't stop them from killing members of those factions, though. Apparently they try to stick to fortifications, Mr. Noobed, in YouTube chat. I haven't tested that just yet, but I'm thinking about building several fortification walls just like out here, maybe. I need to figure out what that is. Being caused by... Oh, I've got an idea. Not guaranteed to be this. Sometimes birds get weird about not having the ability to lay eggs. An amazing guard for a fort. There was, I can't remember who it was. I think it might have actually been Claiborne was streaming Dwarf Fort, Halthane. And he had a mega, I want to say it was a giant. I could be wrong. It may have been somebody else. I think it was Claiborne. But I want to say it was Claiborne, and I want to say he had a giant show up that was part of his faction in some way, like a religion or something. And was just, it was considered an uninvited guest, but was neutral to all of his dwarves. Like, didn't attack his dwarves. So literally just, like, sat in the corner of the map for a while. Like, didn't do anything in the fort, but just sat in the corner of the map. Honestly, though, I don't think they're that good of a guard. Because they, like, 5 dwarves all at once could just take down a giant. Giants aren't that strong. Maybe if giants were more threatening. But because they're just not that threatening, I don't know. Current world has 2 religions with the same name. Annoying for everyone, not a bug. Wait, really? The exact... Did they worship the same god? The FCC? Makes sense, Calcum. You get visiting traders stuck at your depot. Or in your depot of your fort very often. If you're trading a lot of items, Drew Kimball in YouTube chat, they have to reload all of those items. And if they're not able to reload all of those items for one reason or another, they sometimes get stuck. If you have traders that are stuck, just deconstruct your depot, and that'll fix it. I've had that happening less and less recently. So I don't know if that's just a me thing, but also if something blocks their way out, like if they're in a wagon and a tree grows and they can't leave the map anymore, they won't. That'll also get them stuck. Also, if one of them dies or gets stuck in a tree on the way in or attacked by something on the way in, that'll sometimes get them stuck. So basically they need safe passage in, and just make sure that they have safe passage in. I told them to bring bears, did they? They brought pandas and grizzlies. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. I don't need a lot of these empty cages. Although most of these are just going to get eaten and made into leather. The pandas are, that's for sure. Now we're talking. Just gonna geld all of these. I'm gonna eat the hen. I'll also eat the cat, because these are all in cages. Eating everything that was brought in. The males are all gonna be gelded, and we're gonna war train those. Sounds like you have one religion and one heresy. Yeah, you have one religion and the other one is sus. That's the reality. Also got a bunch of shoes we can sell. Also need to check what the mountain home wants. We do have a baronies, so we are also getting closer to having a king in the fort. Or a queen. I don't actually know what this faction has. I mean, the pandas would just starve to death if I kept them here, Lore Nerd, because I brought them for leather specifically, because if I just kept them here, they would most likely just starve to death, because I don't actually think I have any like way of feeding them, because don't they need bamboo? Yes. Cathode ray tube. Morning, Lanix. How are you on this fine day? Also, don't forget, YouTube folks, to leave a like on the stream. There's 130 of you watching right now, and only 65 likes. Here on Twitch, we got 172 of you, and thank you very much for tuning in so far today. Appreciate you guys. They worship different gods and different things. That's interesting. I would think that they would be similar gods at the very least for them to have the same name. Like, usually the god's name or the religion's name has something to do with what the god is. So, like, the god of minerals will be like, I don't know, the crystal denomination, and then the I don't know, the colorful gems or something. Usually it's something to do with what they worship. So it's weird that they stand for completely different things too. That's actually kind of strange. But you need an absurd amount of it. Oh, really? I didn't know that, Healthane. Regardless, we're just going to eat them because I don't know. Because I don't know. You like when your god of death is named Urn? Yeah, like the grim urns and the ashen death. And then I once had the only religion all of the dwarves in a fort worshipped was the glorious suicide. And that was the starting 7. They all worshipped the glorious suicide. So I was like, I'm going to make a cult fort. And then nobody else worshipped that god. It was just those weird 7. So it wasn't a very successful cult, but we did our best. There goes the pandas. Sorry, pandas. Also, what does the mountain home want? They want shields and amulets. How much wax do I have right now? Let's make 20 wax amulets. Yeah, there really needs to be a clearer way to do that. That's like a quality of life thing that they could do probably pretty quickly and easily and painlessly. Well, can I not specify wax amulets? Let's see if I can do it from here. Oh, I also don't have wax glob apparently. Oh, those are just ready to press, right? Which it's full. Okay, well, whatever. I just won't worry about those then. I'll just make the rock amulets. Once set up a short-term fort to practice digging too deep on that embark, and you had a lot of worshippers of a death religion, so of course they all had to die at the hands of the circus. Damn right. Similar to what I did with Gortusk. I've also got a few ideas of how to turn this particular fort into a video. So, ideally that's something I can make happen. But I've got some other footage from previous forts that I want to do first. And in regards to Forgotten Beasts, I think the next fort that I do after I generate a new world is probably just going to be a let's catch forgotten beasts in either cages or some sort of traps and then make them fight. It's going to be that, because I wanted to do that with the previous fort and it didn't end up happening for a few reasons, but if I do that way, do you have any silk? They don't. If I do it that way, then they'll have color. So whenever we generate a new world, that's like I think the theme for the first fort. We're wondering what happened with the previous fort. It's almost if it's not in the ! last fort command, killed with style. It's I got bored and just decided to stop. That actually happens maybe more than it should. Well, maybe not more than it should, but I'm imperfect, right? And I do get bored. And if I get bored, then it really shows, and then it negatively impacts the entertainment value of the stream. It's a shame that that's large. Yeah, whatever. Just want to get rid of this stuff anyway. I do not have a list of commands, no. But if you ask what happens to a fort, I will just be like, and tell you. Filth Hammer dug too deep, and Head Punch I got bored. I don't like having lists of commands because then people just post it constantly. And honestly, there isn't that many. It's basically just goal, last fort, and patch is basically the only ones that are relevant. Oh, maybe ducks, I guess. But and then Crypt Beer. It's like the same reason I don't have fire truck and 2 police cars just drove by. I wonder what's going on. There goes another one. Oh, I know what's going on. Okay, that makes sense. Police escort for somebody. I do happen to live in the provincial capital. Probably some politician just dipped by.
You fucking donkey!
Probably, yeah. But, yeah, the reason I don't, it's the same reason I don't have, like, the automated things in Twitch chat. Like, when I go into other chats and there's just, like, constant announcements in the chat about, like, oh, go join the Discord and all this. It's like, would it be better for me to have that on paper? Probably. It would probably be better for me just telling my audience about things. But honestly, I don't know if you guys feel the same way as me here. But I think it's not a bad thing to just reject a lot of content creator standards. I personally think that that is a not bad stance to take in general. You don't go to other streams often, so it's hard to compare. There's a lot of chat spam is not an uncommon thing in a lot of channels. Not necessarily to say that that's a bad thing, but I'm just going to make a really big clothing industry up in here. I was going to put housing up in here, but honestly, I kind of need the clothing industry because my clothing industry keeps lagging. So I'm just going to do this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3 for cloth. Because this fort has expanded in a lot of ways, and I haven't actually updated anything, really. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 3, 4. And then over here... Could throw a dyer in there because I may end up with dyes sometimes, but I don't have any free barrels, so. Are you asking me this, Rodeo of Hermans, or somebody in chat? Because what are you talking about this? I have 2 windmills up here that go down to this. It's a bit redundant, but it was a quick solution that I haven't really changed since I built it. This isn't a, what's it called? A casual elephants stream. Bonesaw. Come on, man. Also, how you doing today, Bonesaw? How's things? Let's also make some wood bin. Well, yeah, let's make wood bins. I do actually need bins. Wooden bin. Let's make 40. Make them out of fungi wood. You've gone over 3 or 4 existential crises over the last week, but today's better. Well, that's good. Did you want to talk about them, or is that just kind of an anecdote of the day? But I get you. It's been a weird chunk of time recently. So I feel you. A lot of Groundhog Day in the worst way possible kind of things. Looks like we're up to making lye now. Also making soap. Getting a few things improved around the fort. Because I don't actually have that much clothing. And I kept on hitting bottlenecks where I just didn't have enough cloth, I didn't have enough fabric, I didn't have enough clothes, and it's like, okay, I just need to get off my butt and just fix this problem, which is entirely fixable. Where even is my current clothing industry? Yeah, it was this. So I went from just having that to having all of this. I think I'm gonna just get rid of all of this over here. Open that up, and we'll just have all of our clothing over here instead. You threw your back out earlier in the week, and you were terrified that you would never be able to move again. So I had to go to physio, and like had to go to a doctor. Had to spend, oh God, like weeks of my life doing exercises so that I could reach down into the thing that made me realize, oh God, my back is fucked, was when I got stuck in the bathtub. I took a bath one day on my weekend. This was like, I don't know, 26, 7, everything that I remember that was a while ago was between 2013 and 2017. It was somewhere in that window. I want to say earlier. It was closer to 2015. But like, I couldn't get out. Like, I was like, I need to just relax, as it's been a rough week and my back hurts. So I went and lay down in the bathtub, and then like had to ask my ex to come help me out. Like, she wasn't at home because she had to, like, I think go to work. And I couldn't get out of the bathtub until she got home because I was just stuck. So yeah, no, I've been there. Throwing your back out is like mortifying. Like, it is horrifying because like you feel like you're like crippled permanently. And it's just a terrifying feeling, so I've been there. I get that. You're at the age where you have to be careful when you sneeze. I've never had that. I've never been in that situation, but I've certainly had points where I worry, or I've had to worry and be very cautious. Okay, so is the game still hitching? And put pressure weird on your neck and it threw your neck out for a week? Oh god, I've never done that. That's horrifying. Also, yeah, 1200 cloth is like enough for about 5 years. Jesus is right, Mr. Noob. Mr. Noob in YouTube chat says, "Oh, I've been bracing my head for sneezes for years. You messed up a disc playing Game Boy Advance in your bed? Game Boy Advance or Game Boy Advance SP? Though that's the question. You want to know what fucked up my back when I had to go to physio? It was back when I had a very long commute. I was commuting to and from the town that I grew up in to work at a night shift job. So I had about an hour and a half one way on a good day. And then on Saturdays, it was about 2 hours one way on Sundays. And it was awful. It sucked. I never want to do that again. One of the worst periods of time in my life, period. But the absurd thing about doing that, okay, it is still hitching. The absurd thing about doing that is I not only threw my back out, but I did it because of the public transit that I was using, because I used to always put my wallet in my back pocket, and I had a lot of receipts in that wallet at the time. And the angle that I sat at, because of having a wallet like that thick in my back pocket on the bus 4 hours a day or 3 hours a day, depending on the day, was enough to throw my back out. You know, I saw a GBA Mini once in a catalog and really wanted it, Kilda style, and then I went to the store where it was for sale and I held it. I held their demo unit and changed my mind. The thing was so fucking tiny. No, just a normal, folding leather wallet. Nothing fancy. Cathode. But it did throw that out. Just Falling says, I was on a date and you were on a really mild hike and your back went out. You had to call your roommate so that he and your date could basically carry you back to the car. I have a question. Did the date come back for date number for the next date, or did that end it? Because if they're willing to carry you out of an easy hike, it's a keeper. Well, there you go. There you go. Success. It's like if you throw up after a date, you know it's meant to be, and they come back, you know it's meant to be, or it'll last at least one more. In YouTube chat or in Twitch chat, Multi says, I haven't been able to play this game in months due to an RSI in your hands, and you miss your dwarf so much. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, something you can do is you can slow the frame rate down, right? And then you can just very slowly plod from thing to thing, but repetitive strain injury is terrifying. I would also say that, I wouldn't do this because I don't like them, but I know some people who have talked about having repetitive strain injuries in chat before, and they have talked about getting, they've talked about just buying a trackball mouse. I've seen that from a couple of people, so I don't know if that's an option that's even remotely, viable for you, but it is a thing I've seen talked about. You went to Money Clips years ago? I like my wallet. I just don't put it in my back pocket anymore. In YouTube, Kyle Kun says, everyone at work jokes that they know that you're about to sit down for a while because you'll bother to take your wallet out of your back pocket. There you go. Yeah, I feel like there should be like a disclaimer or a warning note for wallets that's just like, do not put in back pocket under any circumstances. Will fuck your back up. We're also making tons of grizzly bear soap. Mr. Noobed in YouTube chat says, I tried a GBA mini and had the same thing. It was really cool with the MP3 player cartridge, but the aesthetic looked good, but it didn't feel right. Yeah, it's too small. You know, to me, here's a modern equivalent for a GBA mini. I like an Xbox controller. I also don't mind a Nintendo Pro controller. I fucking hate Joy-Cons as a controller. I don't own a Switch, but I've used Joy-Cons as controllers before. I played Mario Kart at a friend's house a while ago and used a Joy-Con. Hell. Awful. Terrible. To me, Joy-Con is like the modern equivalent of like a GBA mini. It's like, aesthetically, they look awesome. One of the least practical devices I've ever used. Use an upright mouse for tendonitis. Interesting. You're still clicking, but your wrist is in a neutral position. I was getting some... We're in an ad break. I should pause. And also hold that thought. Just Falling, are you in an ad? If you are not, just say you are not, and then I'll continue that thought. Otherwise, I will wait for a minute and then continue it. You ever use a thing where you slide the two of them into a frame? I think I used one at PAX once for about 90 seconds for a demo, but not really for an extended period of time to really form an opinion unemployed. And that was also like maybe the year they came out. So it's, I think there was a Devolver demo that had that at PAX at some point. In YouTube chat, Kant says, I have a Game Boy Microbe. Microbe. I have a Game Boy Micro. I like it a lot. I refurbished it. Your current pocket device is a tiny little emulator device called an Anbernic RG Nano. Yeah, I've seen those. It's like the same height as the GB Micro, but it's vertical. Yeah, I mean, like, if you have small hands, totally. Like, I totally makes sense to me. Like, if you have small hands or if you just like small devices for short sessions, great. But, like, imagine playing, like, Final Fantasy on something that size. I don't know. Also, my eyes just aren't good enough. I can't read the screen. So, Just Falling. I was starting to get some repetitive strain issues with my wrists doing this for a living because, you know, I stream a lot. And I bought a standing desk, bought a new chair, and since then I've been super duper duper, and I spent hours watching videos about how to, like, set up your desk so that you don't have back problems. And like heights, and like sat here with a ruler and spent a very, he sits up straight as he's talking about this, and sat there with a ruler and spent a good large amount of time like micromanaging my sitting, and that helped a lot. But you know, once you're kind of in that position, you're in that position. It's really hard to break out of it. So best of luck though. It's also like, I feel like it's an imperfect science. Like not everything works for everybody. Something else also that all really helped is years ago, I'm doing this for a reason. Years ago, I was watching GDQ. I have a Playdate. I love it. I love the Playdate, but the Playdate is like a 10-minute session game system. So like it doesn't really matter that it's so small because the games are all such short time span things. I played the entirety of that first season and occasionally buy games and play them here and there. That thing's awesome. I fucking love the Playdate. Anyway, I should charge my Playdate. See what's on it. But years ago, I was watching GDQ, and they had a segment where a nurse came on and talked about, like, yeah, I have a standing desk. I'm a little scared to do this right now because I haven't done it with everything plugged in. But yes, I have a standing desk. I sit while I'm streaming, I stand while I'm editing, but I unplug the record player because it would rip the cable out. And I also move my lights and my cameras when I'm not streaming. But they had a segment on GDQ where they had a physiotherapist come on and like talk about wrist exercises to not get repetitive strain injury. And since then, I've done this before and after, and sometimes during streams, I'll do it beneath the desk, where I put my wrists out and I do this, and I do this, basically like the equivalent of like working up your muscles there, and then I do this, and this, and this, and this. I started doing that, and like largely it's fixed all of the minor issues I had between like changing the ergonomics of my desk. But yeah, I also work from home, so I can do that. You know, if you work in an office and have a crappy office chair and the desk that they give you, you're just kind of there. SGD Q&A days, hell yeah, looking forward to it. Season 2 is out. It made a season 2. Shit. Do you have to buy it or is it included? And if you have to buy it, how much is it? I'll definitely buy it if they made a season 2, because I didn't realize that. Since you're moving a lot of small items, gotcha. But yeah, my dad was in a similar situation because he went from working on the floor of a factory a lot and working on stuff in the factory to spending a lot of time at a desk typing. And he ran into like the same problem. What are you waiting for? No scheduled treatment. Report crime. Oh, Jesus. Killed with style. I may have to kill you with style. You have to buy it. It's like 40 bucks US. I'd have to look at what's in it, but I could justify that. The thing is, like, the games on itch have really been like satisfying my need, just sideloading games onto that thing. So I'd have to look at what's actually in it. But I could be convinced for that amount depending on what it is. Depending on what it is. Okay, this wall here I need to do. Wait, you don't know everything? Sure, no, totally. I'll wait for it to be done. See what else is in it. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it's exactly the same as the previous one, so, or similar to the previous one. You can make a stink with HR and OSHA if you're ready for the heat. That's also a really good way to lose your job in a lot of industries, noobed. Or never get another promotion, so. But, yeah, if you have the ability to resist and complain, yeah, do that. But it also depends on where you live, yeah. I mean, I got my boss fired when I worked in McDonald's, or I was one of the driving factors there. I had a boss for a while that was willingly and knowingly and intentionally. Also, when I say that traders take a while to load items, these guys have been here maybe for a month longer than they should be, and some people sometimes say that they're stuck. But if you scroll all the way to the bottom, if items are still disappearing, they're not stuck. They're just loading. Because they have to load every item individually. So their merchants have to pick up and move the items onto their pack animals. And this can take a while. This is what causes them to get stuck sometimes. Because, like, if one of the pack animals dies, then they'll be trying to load it onto a pack animal, and the pack animal's dead, and they're like, oh, God, where do I put it? So, just, you know, information for you, if you didn't know. Plus all the stuff that they brought that they didn't sell. Anyway. I lost the thing that I was talking about before that. Shit. It's gone. Chat, what was I talking about? Somebody catch me back up. Should you build a pump stack all the way up or a pressurized lava tube? I usually build pump stacks because they're more consistent. I mean, if they are stuck due to a dead animal, yes, that's when you would either deconstruct the thing or use defect to unstuck them. Oh yeah, getting my boss fired. So when I was working in McDonald's, I had a boss who was actively neglecting parts of the store so that he would get a bonus. So at least the stores I worked at that were run by corporate would get bonuses periodically if they were under budget. So they would get a budget for I think it was 6 months, not quite. It was like 2 quarters. And if they were X thousand dollars below budget, they would get a bonus. If they were a higher amount below budget, they would get a bigger bonus. If they were an even higher amount below budget, they would get an even bigger bonus. If they met the budget, they got a bonus, and if they were over budget, they wouldn't get a bonus. And he was intentionally neglecting like critical store repair to get a bonus so that he could go on vacation. And he straight up told me to my face that no, we cannot fix the freezer right now because it's only 2 more weeks, and if I fix it right now, I won't be below budget. And I wrote that down and mailed it to HR and had a witness, and they fired him. And last I checked, he went from running a McDonald's to working at Canadian Tire as a cashier. So I kind of feel bad, but I also kind of don't, because there was like soggy hash browns in the fridge, and it sucked. Freezer. So yeah, no, I mean, sometimes that stuff works, but every other time I went to them, I got null in response. Ironically, aside from that store ran very well. It was just like that one problem was with that freezer. You know, Handles in YouTube chat says, could kill someone letting the freezer go. And it's impossible for me to read that in any voice other than Gordon Ramsay's. So you can kill someone is how I read that. So thank you for that. You'd kill somebody, or whatever he would say. One, 2, 3, 4. Do I have one more? No. Let's just make 15 beds, 25 beds. I'm also going to need to hack down some trees soon. Some more trees, more like. Let's just go around the edge of this. So, yeah, no. Sometimes that stuff works. But yeah, I'll have to look into that cathode. The new season for that. In YouTube chat, TB Kant says, I worked for a mom and pop pizza shop in high school. You hated the wife, but you liked the husband who ran the place. But you completely lost all respect when he told you you had to miss your Nana's funeral to work. That's fucked. Yeah. Ideally, you would get better respect for stuff like that from a mom and pop shop. That's awful. I have a question. Did you quit the job? I hope you did. I hope you had the ability to quit the job. I didn't miss any family funerals, but I missed stuff of similar levels of importance. I missed my older sister's wedding because I had to work. But that was because it was if I didn't work, I literally wouldn't be able to pay rent. So I did in fact work. But purely because it was like that or be homeless was always my reasoning, which it's not good reasoning, but you know, do what you gotta. Rock coffer. Rock cabinet. Let's just do obsidian. Let's do 40 of each. Holy shit, I've got a lot of gabbro. Let's do gabbro actually. Just because I've got so much of it. I just want them to be somewhat uniform. That's all I really want. Just somewhat uniform. He's like the closet. It's the cheap room. Should I give him a window so that it's like less terrible? I could put like an engraving on the floor. I was also going to do a very similar thing over here, but... I could, like, you know, maybe this bedroom exists because there's a promise of, like, an extra expansion here where they'd get, like, a bigger, like, extra 3 tiles of space. Once again, oops, nope, not you. Once again, I do this manually because I want, Arcloid gets a bedroom. I want to know how many more I need to make approximately, and also I try to prioritize more upset dwarves. Basically, dwarves that need bedrooms now. Am I not eating these pandas? I'm not. What the hell? Oh, I see. It's because they all got lumped in with the bears that I didn't want to eat. Also need to check this and just make sure that most things currently are unforbidden and getting done. Yes. A lot of store items in locations need to be done. Especially because I've got those bins getting put away. Let's just pick a dwarf and follow it. Let's follow my Baron. See what my Baron's up to. You want to be with family. Well, you don't have any family. Also want to acquire something. Let's also check this. I need more plant cloth. So what the bottleneck right now is these. It is currently the looms. So let's make more looms. We're going to get a shit ton of loom dwarfs. You used to just give them a 1x3? Why so small? Like, actual question. Why so small? Like, you're not starving for space in the game, right? At least not usually. I guess that's something about, like, Dwarf Fortress that I'm always amazed by, is how small a lot of players make their bedrooms. Because, like, I've never found space to be an even remotely... an even minor concern. And because space is so accessible and you have so much of it, like... I just kind of don't bother. Oopsies. I didn't finish clicking. There we go. That is what she said, Eurist. I'm sure. I'm sure she said that at least once. But yeah, chat, my plan for the weekend is I have a video that I'm working on which isn't Dwarf Fort related. So apologies for that, I guess. But it's not Dwarf Fort related, but I'm sure you'll enjoy it anyway. It is going to, however, be a... ideally, something that you guys get something out of. It's basically a preview for a game that I'm looking forward to, which is a remaster of a game that I enjoyed a lot when I was a kid. I am about to fuck these dwarves over if I delete that. Because they don't have a way in and out of this, so I gotta actually build a way in and out of this. Spacebar is huge. Yeah. Well, it's something that I like, Mareb, is that the old version of Dwarf Fortress, the spoiler was in the intro movie. Like back in in the classic versions, the spoiler was in the intro video. Good time of day to you as well, Romanoid Troll. I also don't like how this area is set up. I want to change that quite a bit. Yeah, it was fixed within 4 hours. I covered that in my video this morning. I don't know. Judgment J? F? So Judgment J in YouTube chat asks, do you know if you get more revenue from viewers who have YouTube Premium? I think so. Okay, so I don't know what percentage of my viewers have YouTube Premium. I know that about 20 to 30% of my revenue, and sometimes higher than that, like sometimes it's as high as 40%, especially on longer videos, comes from YouTube Premium. But I don't know if that's because people with YouTube Premium don't see ads, so they tend to watch the whole video, or if I get more revenue from YouTube Premium, or if there's just a lot of people with YouTube Premium. It's not actually particularly clear in that regard. I know that I get revenue from YouTube Premium, and if you have YouTube Premium, that's great. Cause I'm in too deep, and I'm trying to keep up above in my head, and Google's drowning me. I need a better version of that. That was terrible. I could probably do better, but not today. I'm gonna wait for these to all be skeletons before we worry about dealing with it. I feel like this is gonna be the higher value space over here. Or a higher value space, because it's next to these two guild halls, which are pretty high value. Why am I not using this? Come on, what's wrong with me? And Old Merkham, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I mean, it's pretty transparent. I make a large portion of my revenue from YouTube Premium. I just don't know what percentage of the people watching my videos have YouTube Premium. If that makes any sense, so. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for that brand new Prime subscription, by the way? And thank you. Appreciate you, man. Doing a 5x5 per peasants. I think the size of my bedrooms depends on time. Like, I'll do smaller bedrooms if I'm in a rush. If I'm not in a rush, then I'll do bigger bedrooms. But it highly depends on my on the size of my fortress. Highly. Man, this dwarf. Neck bears numerous scars. What a dwarf. I have to go pick up equipment, are you? How's my Baron doing? Still got a crappy old hood, man. And also, thanks for all the follows. I do see those. I just don't have a notification for them. Did the dwarf still thirst? That was fixed in a hotfix yesterday. It was fixed before my stream ended yesterday. Is this an either-or question? TBCont in YouTube chat asks, if a Dwarf Fortress movie came out, who would you want playing Armok, Chris Pratt, or Jack Black? I will respond with, Armok doesn't exist in the Dwarf Fortress universe and is an outside of lore entity, so Armok would be directing the movie, clearly. And I would rather have... I want it to be a meta-commentary about video games convincing people things are real, and I want it directed by Ben Stiller and starring Jack Black. But I also don't want them to make that movie. Krog Smash has made the Dwarf Fortress movie many times. What did Jack Black do? Is Jack Black a problem? Because I like Jack Black. If that's a thing, I need to know. Please tell. Why can't you forgive him? If it's about the Minecraft movie, then Lamau. It was posted on the game on Steam. He kicked Kyle out of Tenacious D for being anti-fascist. Ah. Well, fuck Nazis. Well then. That's, when did that happen? Is that like a recent thing, or? Recently? Oh, that sucks. Can I still say that I like School of Rock, though? Or will I get canceled for saying that I like School of Rock? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Zakaluka, let's do this. Fuck Nazis. Punch Nazis in the head. Beat the shit out of Nazis. Now. Please don't start fights. There's no way this ends well for anybody. There's a reason Nazis make good bad guys in movies. Is because everybody can agree that shooting them is funny. Just arriving and the first thing you heard was fuck Nazis. Yeah! Hello, Hexploid. How's Grumpy doing? That's a good question. The old Grumpy. Still happy. Very happy, actually. Feels joy remembering the establishment of a temple for the Bronze Sect. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of celebrities recently, bouncing off some things that are being said in YouTube chat. There's been a lot of celebrities recently that I've gotten very disappointed with for saying things about countries that, you know, are kind of all for just carpet bombing city, you know, just all that stuff. So generally, like, there's no good way for this conversation to go. I'm not going to stop it. But what I'll say is this. Be adults and don't argue, chat. If this ends with me banning somebody, we all lose. That's all I have to say. Just like if it ends with me banning somebody, we all lose. And I don't want to ban anybody. I liked Tenacious D when I was like 12. I'll be honest with you, I haven't listened to Tenacious D in a very long... The last time I listened to Tenacious D was when it was inflicted upon me when somebody else was playing it in the room that I was in. So, it was a funny bit for a while, but it did get old. You're 41 and will still listen? Nah. I have not found Jesus, no. Jesus is died a long time ago. They were not a serious band. They were a comedic bit that also happened to be a band. Similar to bands like Bowling for Soup. You know? Jesus just happens to exist in my YouTube chat, but I have not found Jesus, no. I am about as agnostic as you can get at this point. Do not care. Stay away with me with your gosh darn religions. I don't need no mind control in my life. I have enough of it already. Have I seen your redeem? Nope. Niagara? Or it's like Niagara. It's given to rough and tumble brawling, even to the point of starting fights for no reason. He is a die-in-the-wool quarreler, never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility. I think that's a way of saying this dog barks a lot. Like a dog lashing out in verbal hostility is like just, he's a hardcore borker. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, if a platform is limited to text, it is a bad place to voice a public opinion where people can also respond in text. If it's a platform where people can speak to each other, it's a better platform. I don't have anything against people posting about politics on social media. You should do that. However, it's never going to be a good place for productive discussion. Because I can talk to somebody in person who I disagree with every single one of their political opinions. Clink the glasses together at the end of the discussion, shake their hand, and go separate ways. But if I'm talking to somebody on a social media platform, it's going to end in screaming. Almost every time, whether it's me or the other person. So I don't think that those platforms are good. My chat, we are allowed to talk about politics, Grumpy, and religion. But there's an asterisk. The second you stop acting like a functional adult, somebody gets banned. And I don't ever want to ban people. Because it's very difficult to hear tone Like, you can say something that's perfectly logical and makes sense and is not, like, antagonistic at all that reads very antagonistic. That's the problem. So it's like the second it starts to degrade into shouting, it's just like, okay, just shut up. Let's move on. So it's like, you know, when people are just like, that's what Facebook's for. It's like, no, Facebook is for like the, like, melting the brain of the last generation. Like, that's, it's not useful. At the very least with something like a blog where people can't really respond, you can just put out an opinion and read it, like a news story or something, or not even something like Tumblr, but like something where like just here's a block of text. You read it and then you discuss that block of text with somebody that you know. That is a good way to express an opinion through like a newsletter or something. But the second people start having the ability to respond with small snippets of text, even in comments, it degrades and loses value. Do you think dwarves talk about politics? I'm sure they bitch, moan, and complain about the queen or king or the mayor, you know. The elves, the humans, the goblins, etc. Anyway, he's generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, so he still eats the butter, even though he was told no. He acts with little determination and confidence. I'm going to finish reading the description of this dog now. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He probably likes the geese, that's why. Is often nervous. Well, he's a dog, so he barks when his parent isn't around. He thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things and tries to do things correctly each time. Doesn't easily hate or develop negative feelings and has an active sense of humor. He often acts with compassion, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, except for treats. So you might have had a miscommunication with a friend. You told them to, you got a dime bag and they started on me about drugs. And I was like, no, a literal dime bag, a bag of dimes. A dime bag is a mini Ziploc bag with a 1 dose of a drug. So you said a stupid thing. You should have said a coin purse or something else. But no, a dime bag is literally the only way that term has ever been used, to my knowledge, is when referring to drugs. So you said, I got a drug bag, is what you said. It's like saying, I'm going to go get my meds versus, I'm going to go get my drugs. And in fact, that's so on the nose that it almost reads like you did that intentionally, realize? Just to troll your friend kind of thing. Like, I almost have a hard time believing you didn't do that just to troll your friend. We're finally working our way through all of the bedrooms and catching up. Finally. Finally. That was silver bars I just used. then you knew exactly what you were doing and you were trolling. So my point is made and my statement is correct. Realize. 100%. You were trolling. So good job. Well done. You did it. Mission success. I'm also trying to keep it very Lucky Lano. So Lucky Lano says they're digging the castle aesthetics of this fort, and the organization of it is nice too. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it consistent. It's something I've really been trying to do. I'm also gonna deconstruct a bunch of walls along here because all of these are rough. Because the world gen portion of this fort made all of these into rough walls. So now I can go along here and just go jet blocks. Only if it has Daffy Duck on it. Yeah, then that's very much correct. Trolling, we don't do that here. So, YouTube chat. Trolling, we don't do that here. Motherfucker, your name is Jesus. We don't do that here, eh? I beg to differ. No, we didn't find Jesus. Jesus is he's just there. We didn't find him. He's just there. Other way around. You troll yourself? Right. To be fair, Jesus is the common name. Sure. But you can't tell me with a straight face that we don't troll here while your username is also Jesus. And you've told me to name things Judas and, like, referred to all sorts of, like, silly biblical RP in my chat. Like, those are some flying horses. That's all I have to say. I need to sell them amulets. $2 pounds of potatoes, what's a good amount of beef to go with it? I feel like that's something you should cite a recipe for. No, they were just in midair. Maybe they were mid-jumping. But their name is Jesus, not Jesus. When you say that, you can't help but think of the Eye of Sauron. It sounds like they're making a stew, I would presume. You definitely need more than beef and potatoes, though. But I guess it depends on what you're doing with it. I would presume stew. A snatcher? A second snatcher? What are they going to do, steal a cat? Actually, I'm going to send these Marksdwarfs to go kill him. See how this goes. Let's see if they get him. Wrap in foil and oven for a while? Ooh. Kind of hard to say. You have a child? And a husband? Oh, wait. Huh. These goblins have come here enough times that they have families now. This goblin is married. which is always fun. They have to get all their gear, so it's going to take them a little bit. And they leave the map. All right, well, back to whatever you were doing, dwarves. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes after my mayor meets with the liaison, and they say, you continue to impress. We've come to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. There's much to share. I'm going to... Ooh. Just going to request platinum. Bring me platinum. They want fish and armor next time around. Very easy. Leather armor it is. Bonded over attempted kidnappings? Yeah, pretty much. Let's also just do amulet. Not as many as I hoped, but... the dwarves are also probably claiming them as well. Don't need to sell them that. Let's just get rid of these bows. The wooden weapons that I don't need. I have a worm in a cage. I don't need that. Don't need a crow either. Don't need a wren. Oh shit, I've got a lot more gems than I realized. I think you should watch some, what is his name? Stale Cracker, I think is the name of that guy on YouTube. Who just gets really drunk and then makes gumbo. I've just seen like 10 videos of that man making gumbo with millions of views for some reason. Should just watch one of those and just do that. Salty. The mayor has been re-elected once again. Second re-election. And we have been made into a county. Lanix and the human keeper of the seal have met as well, finally. Enjoy your reading, Jesus. Jesus is going AFK to read for a bit. Also, speaking of reading, I recommend this book by this man, especially if you like true crime. There you go. Domas, the tanner has been possessed. I wonder where you're gonna go. Probably something. Oh, leather related. Grabs panda leather. We're gonna get a panda leather artifact. Yeah, it's about Anom and a bunch of other. But it's about encrypted phone networks. It's fascinating though. You don't need special context, it gets drunk. Yeah, drunk gumbo's is amazing, but it's too hot for gumbo right now. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. A lot of the people in chat right now, I've been told, are in a heat dome, so yeah, I don't envy any of that. Oh, I need to chop all this down, don't I? Where are you going? What are you picking up? Oh, you're taking stairs here. To where? Okay. With Joseph Cox? Or with somebody who worked at Anom? Right, Les? Because I know Joseph goes to DEF CON. Joseph, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. One of these years, I will go to DEF CON. Yeah, he always talks about it. Well, the thing is, Joseph Cox is one of the writers for 404 Media, who I was like a day, I don't want to say day 1, maybe a day 10 supporter of. Also, one of my bears died. Probably have an infection. Oh, interesting. Hold on. I've got an unknown convict, Tekid, and Nish. I think that's the right Nish. Let's see. Nish. Oopsies. I'll interview both the Techids. Have to figure out what happened. But yeah, 404 Media is great. And when he wrote that book, I started keeping an eye out for a copy of it. I mean, that's me, Twitch and TwitchCon and PAX, Rallis. So I think that just happens if you go to a thing and experience a thing many times. Eventually, you just start to understand the formula of it. I mean, I'm very disenfranchised with PAX, but... well, maybe not so much with PAX, more so with TwitchCon than PAX. TwitchCon is unironically one of the most important things I ever went to for my... Like, I wouldn't have this job if I didn't go to TwitchCon. I can say that pretty safely. But at the same time, I will be surprised if I ever go to TwitchCon again at this point. Trying to figure out how to do this. It's probably the easiest way. Also, feeling lonely in a sea of people. You just described conventions. Actually, you just described being in public. So I don't think that's an issue, really. At least not for me. Doesn't matter how many people I've been around in the last 10 years, I have been very lonely. Seems more like a personal problem that you need to work through than anything. Okay, let's do that. Slow progress. Slow progress. Gonna bring us DwarfCon when an extra 10 million people buy Dwarf Fortress, maybe? That would be a huge waste of money right now. Kodamon in YouTube chat asked, when are we getting a DwarfCon? What was the rework? I have a video on it on the YouTube channel, which will explain it. But simply put, dwarves don't charge in when using ranged weapons, and are much more intelligent tactically now. Also, I need to add a bunch of melee dwarves to this squad, so I will just chuck in some dwarves. I'm not being too picky, though. And if you go into the equipment screen, you can now specify ammo types for training and combat. You can also select supplies. And there's a lot more under the hood things, but I would just watch the video that I uploaded this morning. Hello, Mojito. Welcome. I like a mojito. Like I said, it's something generally that the person speaking needs to work through, not the event itself. Anyone know why you can't appoint a priest? You've upgraded a temple to be level 3, but no option to be recognized as a priesthood. It's not high enough value then. It'll only let you recognize a priest if it's actually high enough value, if you don't have a priest assigned. So if the person who's like counting the value of it sucks at their job, it'll look like there's enough value when there isn't. Man, some wild discussion going on in the YouTube chat. Sorry, I was just scrolling up and see what's actually being discussed. Yes, your broker sucks. So you're gonna have to overcompensate for it. So like if your broker's gonna round and if there's like an asterisk next to it, they're rounding, and if they're off, it's gonna take them a while to get to the right number. So you're gonna have to pretty heavily overcompensate for it, most likely. Hit the wrong button. Curious as to where those bins are ending up. Dolmas, the tanner, has created Suvas, a panda leather bag, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. I don't want to lose that bag, and also, what the hell does a artifact bag look like? I think I'm going to put that into the Farmer's Guild because that's fitting. Hello, some otters. How are you? The stockpile's the next workbench. Next to the workbench linked to them. Stockpile's next. It's the shortest distance that's available, yeah. Unless you set them as like a non-take or give stockpile. But vertical distance is considered the same as horizontal distance, so keep that in mind. So if there's like one that's 2 above versus one that's like 8 to the left, they consider the 2 above one closer than the one that's 8 to the left. Giant blue jay leather. Okay, hold up. Can't I collapse this? It's weird. Troll fur. Floating guts leather. Cavefish leather. Frill shark leather. Giant Blu-ray. Prime maggot. Kiwi. Giant crow. Where the heck is this bag? I mean, if I can't find it on this pass through, then whatever. Giant great horned owl. Emu. Swan. Vulture leather. Might be at the bottom. It wasn't the first 2 times I looked. At least I didn't see it. Cat leather, pig leather, hound leather, swallow leather, beast leather, goat leather, black bear leather. There it is. It's just randomly in the middle. I just missed it the first time through. We're in an ad break. Yeah, it's in the middle. Somewhere weird. I think Putnam is the one working on a lot of the search functionality and indexing. Thornton's son. Tarn's currently working on, and the UI stuff is mostly Putnam at this point. Tarn is working on the siege stuff. But it's been a while since I spoke with Putnam, so. Funny note, tossing sand, blood, and peat and dirt in someone's eyes. Nothing. I'm not surprised. Don't they just, like, bounce off, essentially? What material is that red? This? It's hematite. We make statues of religions, gods, or notable features. Oh, you want the context of the statue to matter, is what you're saying? Because, like, you can do that, Chaotic Silver. If you look at the patch notes, it'll tell you what's in the ranged update, but Mark's dwarves have been completely reworked. Their behavior has been completely reworked. They've had mechanics added, and you can assign ammo for training and supplies now. YouTube chat. Jasper. But, yes, Small Bean Lad, that is correct. This is a panda leather bag. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is 69,000 or 6,900 Dwarf bucks. It is encircled with bands of silver, panda bone, and pear wood and oval granite cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of panda leather and pear wood. On the item is an image of the notched distance, the phalite amulet in granite. On the item is an image of a wave in jet. Yeah, leave a battle and walk around the fighting to go get more bolts. So YouTube chat's asking, did we get news on a possible magic update? I recommend that you go to the, either to my video on the planned features for 2025, or you go to the Steam news updates and scroll down to the, planned features for 2025. Page. It is titled Fortress. No, not that. The next steps for Dwarf Fortress. Here, I'll give you a link. Just read that. Because all the information you want is posted on their pages. Here, I'll post it in the Twitch chat as well in case you want it. By the way, chat, did you guys know that reading 2 chats is fucking difficult? It's really goddamn hard. So I'm doing my best. This ain't easy. It's also funny, enough interactions don't seem to have aiming, so you can't say aim your spit. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Can you aim spells? Can you still take all your clothes off and macro picking up sand and throwing it on the floor to become legendary super fast? I mean, if we're talking about in adventure mode, of course. What? Of course you can. But if just becoming legendary is your only goal in adventure mode, we play the game very differently. I find being like super strong in adventure mode to be kind of painfully boring. So that you can get the full lion corpse stuck in the living lion? They've always worked. They just make logical sense now. So for shame. I have to be an asshole with that because, and the reason I'm gonna like be an asshole with that is Marksdorf's worked. They did. They were just clunky, tedious, and specific and required a lot of unintuitive constructions. And I will maintain that they've always worked because it makes Dwarf Fortress sound significantly worse than the reality. If it's like, yeah, no, they never worked. No, they worked. They just weren't great. And now they work a lot better. And a lot more logically. The new aim option probably breaks some old macros. I mean, it just requires you waiting a turn, so. You just have to hit period. And you can macro period. Because it would be like pick up dirt, grab dirt, aim dirt, throw dirt, pick up dirt, repeat. Macro, go. If you're a large adventurer, you can still throw a lion corpse, but you have to be like a grizzly bear man or something. A dwarf can't really do it. Let's make some more beds. And also get these bedrooms filled out. You never tried it? It's a lot less logical in the current era. I never liked using macros. Chad always yelled at me for not using macros because I found that I would spend more time fiddling with the macro than I would just like designating the things. So I never really got into the habit of using them a ton. There was a few specific things I would use macros for, but it was pretty few and far between. There's a couple forts I remember using macros for, but I don't know. It's not a feature it's not a feature I miss, I guess. Did you by chance change your rendering settings? Because there's scaling modes that you can change that do change the look of the game quite considerably. Make it look sharper. Nearest neighbor looks a lot sharper than the other ones, which make it look a little blurry. But depending on like your resolution, certain rendering settings look, or scaling settings look better. Uh-oh. I just locked that one in all the way. Why not try something new? Some otters. YouTube did something stupid with your display name. Was it showing your real name or something, Blackwinds? Yeah, in adventure mode, it can be a little bit more useful. Yeah, okay, specifically, I never got into the habit of using it in Fortress mode, but for like crafting and adventure mode, yes, I have used it. Fortress mode, I always find I would spend more time fiddling. Adventure mode, yes. Yeah, no, that there I agree. Especially for like training. I used one most recently for training climbing. It's basically climb up halfway a wall, climb up to the roof, climb down, climb up, climb down, climb up, climb down, climb up, climb down, climb up, climb down, enter. Shift P, shift, or is it Control P, Control P, Control P? Yeah, anyway. Chapter 4, what happened to the first 3? Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Chat, can I get a round of beers? YouTube, can you hit the heart button a couple times? Just got a brand new Prime sub. Thank you. Appreciate you. I really shouldn't assign the bit dwarves, although some of them ended up getting assigned. We are very close to getting to the end. So this is the Captain of the Guard's dining room. I think I'm going to compress the two. The Captain of the Guard is pissed off. Good lord. Like, holy shit. There's an angry goddamn dwarf. That is true, yes. You have to play as Ordinary. You also have to play as Ordinary to get a lot of the different pet options. Interesting. Appealed to that they naively complied? No, that's weird. Somebody committed a crime and then vanished. Got like this idle crime on the map, which is very strange. Okay, so I'm gonna do something I almost never do. Labors, standing orders, no automatic weaving. We've thread into cloth. 100. If the amount of, well, actually, let's say if the amount of cloth is less than 150, do 100. And we're going to start selling a shit ton of thread, probably. And also, weave yarn into cloth. The amount of uncollected yarn thread is there, not satisfied for next turn. This one is just going to be a monthly check, because I don't generally have that. Can I name a gold chest mimic? Do you have an area where you would like that chest to be? Or is it just any gold chest? Because I could do central tower, I could do over here, I could do a bedroom. Just let me know where, approximately. If you have a preference, otherwise no preference. It's fine. The nearest gold chest. How's that? One could do a multi-attack with actions as a chain, aim, throw with attacks, and hit someone with an axe, and then throw the axe and hit someone in the head in a combo. Oh, that's pretty awesome. I didn't even think about thrown weapons being aimed at body parts. That's got a lot of interesting implications. That is funny. I'm a fan. Good. It would actually, you know, make being like a big game hunter or just being like a hunter as a adventure mode playthrough kind of a fun thing too. What? What did I do? What did I break? There we go. Yeah, because you can queue up attacks, right? So if you queue up a attack after an attack, you can like grab somebody and then jump and pull them and other weird things like that. So in theory, you'd be able, like they just said, you'd be able to like fight with somebody, grab their weapon, punch them, throw their weapon, like knock them backwards and then throw their weapon at them, or jump away and then throw their weapon at them and hit them in the head, which is kind of awesome. But then the enemy gets attacks in between turns, right? So you're basically like queuing up turns regardless of what the enemy does. So there's a bit of a risk to it, but you can like do a lot of damage that way if you know, get lucky. True, yeah, you could charge, attack, and then throw at another guy. You could do like a Batman move, Rum Rusher, where like you charge one person, disarm them, and then turn around and throw at a guy behind you. Or have like daggers or something, or like just a bunch of cooking utensils. Like just run it. Like bar fights are gonna get awesome in adventure mode, basically. It's what this is telling me. I can now properly reenact that scene with the chef's knives from Enter the Dragon. Chat room, for the first time in like several years in this fort, I actually have enough bedrooms. It's been a long time. Maybe even in this entire fort's history. You know, I said I wanted to do this a while ago, and I just realized I haven't done it yet. I haven't beaten somebody to death with a frozen potion yet. I want to beat somebody to death with a health potion. That's something that I said I wanted to do, like, right after that was added. I was like, I need to beat someone to death with a health potion, because I'm like, that's just too funny, but I guess I haven't done it yet. So. A nickel silver door. Let's watch this dwarf make blocks. Then turn to the camera and say, but it has to have like one of those mid-2000s like warp effects, right, Stromako? You cannot handle my strongest potion. You can disarm somebody by aim throwing and cutting them. Oh, true. Yeah, you could like throw a sword at somebody's arms and cut their arms off. Oh, that is comedy. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a bit of science after this fort's done in adventure mode. Heal, damn it! Just smacking them repeatedly in the face, right? All right, chat, one moment. I'm going to go use the washer. Please remain entertained, and, I don't know. Do what you will. Hear me.
Over here, he has a sword.
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies?
Cheese for everyone! You fucking donkey!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Potion attack makes you stronger, and then hitting people with it. I mean, hey, you know, like, the barbarian do what barbarian think barbarian is doing is right, and barbarian don't always do what is right. Barbarian just do what barbarian think is right. Did I leave this on nearest neighbor? Always looks off on my screen. Yeah, I did. Whoops. Can't remember which one I had it on before. I think it was Lacanthos. Yeah, that's automatic is where I like it. All right. I think right now might actually be just a or maybe, I don't know, how far down does this go? Right now may actually be a let the dwarves just vibe. I think that may actually be the play. So I'm going to enable this burrow. And forbid maybe everything except for clothing tasks. And food and drink. The reason I'm doing this is I just kind of want these dwarves to take a bit of a break. Because I've got a lot of jobs that need to get done, and this fort's been in kind of a state of chaos for a bit now. And if I just kind of nerf a bunch of tasks... Now that they all have bedrooms. Except in the burrow, I will leave this on so that they can go outside of the burrow for additional materials. Somebody is recovering wounded? What? Oh. Somebody tantrumed. Tekid, the hunter, is throwing a tantrum, it looks like. How you doing, Clino? How is thing? Good big patch day 2. How are you? And also as a reminder to everybody, Dwarf Fortress is on sale. So, I don't know. Do with that information what you will. Has anybody bought anything on the Steam sale? Out of curiosity, I haven't really looked. Probably look tomorrow. A lot of them are pissed. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to improve that. Are aimless range weapons now? I mean, they weren't aimless. They were aimless before. Like, you couldn't aim with them previously, so that's not like a new change. Finally grabbed Raft and Blasphemous. Blasphemous was really cheap, isn't it? I ignored it, played DF, yeah. Bomb Rush. Oh shit, how much is Bomb Rush Cyberpunk? I remember that that soundtrack fucking hitting real hard in a way where I was like, ooh, I need to buy that when it's cheap just to listen to the soundtrack. Yeah, that's a good price. Unemployed. 20 bucks? Maybe not quite there. I think when I can get that for 15 Canadian, so like $10 US. Games are expensive here, so. Mindustry? Gotcha. Comes back, everything on fire. I've never... It's been a long time since I've had that happen. I definitely had the dwarf that was being followed die once. That was pretty funny. That was, in fact, pretty funny. What's my scholar doing? So I want to get rid of this wereskink, this dwarf. This dwarf is a visitor, and they're haggard. So as soon as you turn back, I'm going to knock down this wall. I just want to get rid of this dwarf. And I don't really want to kill them. Damn it! Killed with style? Why you gotta be like that? Killed with style, the planter has been cursed by Avuz the Diamond Glow. Welcome back, Elfie. Should I just put him in with the rest of the were creatures and see what happens? Because I could. Oh no, he's a vampire. Oh, that's even better. No, it's generally pretty clear what they got cursed into. I'm just gonna say, cursing needs a sound, or getting cursed needs a sound effect. It needs to make a thunder sound or something. No, absolutely. I mean, that's why you put, it doesn't need to be statues. Furniture. Like, if they topple a chair, it'll, get them cursed. Hold on, I've just got a slab to make. All right, well, I'm gonna have to arrest you. So let's see, what was your crime? Also, did I make that nickel silver door? That's the question. Guess not. Animal inaccessible. Hmm. So why you make a temple area inside, but not including in my statues and altar? No, I do this intentionally. Like, I very much want the temple to cause curses, because to me that's fun. I enjoy that interaction. Like, of course, you can... There is ways to avoid every single silly little interaction in Dwarf Fortress. But, like, where's the fun in that? Come on. A curse before? We have a vampire in the fort now. It either gives you a vampire or it gives you a were creature. I kind of wish that the funny curses from adventure mode also were a possibility. It'd be funny if you just had, like, Eurist is now a sheep forever. You know? Maybe one day. The vampire's gonna get beaten, I think, next. Also, I've got a ghost that's throwing objects around the fortress, which is great. Basically, a dwarf is cursed and is now a vampire. Vampire's now in hospital. So I don't know what I'm going to do with this vampire. I don't want to make this into a vampire fort before somebody asks. I really don't. I've done that recently enough. I need to wait like at least a year before I do that again. If not longer. You hope he heals? Oh, he'll heal. He'll heal. I might lock him in the top of the tower. Because I need to finish the top of the tower anyway. And now's an easy time to do that. Let him meet someone from time to time? I never said I wasn't going to do that. I said I was going to lock him in the tower. Like, come on. Let's be specific here. Innocent. He's not innocent. He's been committing crimes in this fortress for the last 5 years or so, has broken many buildings, knocked shit over, caused problems, is not innocent. Far from it. So don't you go accusing me of doing mean things to innocent people. Dude's literally about to go to prison. See, he's actively getting chained up for beating the shit out of multiple dwarves and a bear. And probably at least one puppy. Trust me. This dwarf is lucky we're not just, like, dropping a brick on his head. And Eurist here is also probably going to consume somebody after this. I think what I'm going to do is I'll let him eat somebody. And then I will remove this right here as the prison. And then chain him up in the tower. And then just lock the tower. So I'm going to build a prison cell specifically for this dwarf. Because it's a matter of time before this dwarf eats somebody. He's going to do it. And I think we're just going to build a really badass prison for him up here. And maybe give him a task to do in the future. And maybe let him eat somebody from time to time, as Twitch chat has suggested. But for right now, we're just going to presume I'm gonna have to lock him up in here. So I'm just gonna build him a badass, like, prison cell, basically. Is what I'm gonna do. No, not tame ones, Shaku. Made it your blacksmith slave? Sure. Nah, that's not a bad way to do it. That can lead to some annoying micro stuff, but... Also, this is a dwarf that he beat up. So we've got at least one dwarf now who's dead because of that. I've also got another dwarf who's getting convicted of crimes. I could also use him as a way of getting rid of criminal dwarves. We have... I don't turn visitors on, if you didn't know. And also, goblin visitors don't sleep, so they can't actually feed on goblin visitors. Fun fact. I mean, you don't need to, because this isn't a democracy, Yurist. But I appreciate the honesty. How come? Wow, okay. That's the one. Slowly filling this shit in. Slowly. I'm also aware that most of this is inaccessible right now because it's not in the burrow. No, it just says they're cursed, and if they're not a vampire, then they're a werebeast. Small bean lad. Why? So we can be crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious? Mareb? Is that why we're in the? Is that the demo that you're talking about? Dwarf Dio is the last thing a criminal wants to see. And the rainbows in the dark! As just like the dwarfs in prison. It's like da 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 da. No. End shift. Vampires are like kind of silly limited because they're one of the very old functions in the game that hasn't been updated in a very long time. They can only feed on things that are sleeping. In Fortress mode. In Adventure mode, they can feed on things that are awake. Like it doesn't really matter. You just have to get close to them when you're thirsty specifically. But in Fortress mode, it is very specific as to what they can do. Let's do obsidian wall roof. Many dwarves doing much construction. But yeah, if you want to read, or not read, but see everything that you need to know about vampires, just watch my video with big vampire word in the title. That'll tell you just about everything I know about vampires. Yeah, that's the nice thing about getting them from a curse is they're just red named and you immediately know who it is. Speaking of 77 days in prison. So we have 77 days to get his new prison cell. Oh, only his lower back left teeth is gone. I was gonna say, if his teeth are gone, can he feed? That'd be really sad. Imagine being a vampire, but like you lost your fangs. What a shame. That would be rough. Poor days for the poor vampire. A detoothed, a defanged. It's like being around a defanged snake. Let's see how Brian is doing. Wants to be around family, is lonely. Go pet your cat, Dwarf. Turn to fill the maple syrup tap. What? Just like tap him and stick an IV in him. Like a declawed cat. Yeah. Well, I know that like were creatures, if they have no teeth, are harmless. And we found out that vampires or zombies in that horrible fortress that I built, the worst map I ever played, Fort video. In that map, if they lost their teeth, they couldn't convert anything because like some of the zombies lost their teeth and then couldn't convert other zombies, which is one of the reasons why the blockade got so strong, was because it has its teeth knocked out. So there are definitely instances where like, although there was some speculation that perhaps it wasn't biting that was actually transferring the disease, but actually the fact that they were covered in the goo and then their teeth were covered in the goo and they were biting with their teeth. But then I found out that no, it was in fact biting, because I went and played as one of those creatures for a bit and then went and bit somebody and they turned like immediately. So, you know, good times. And yes, I washed out my mouth with water first. Put your vampire in a squad and made him go on his own mini fort inside, and locked him in with metals to make stuff. That's a good idea, but there are two things that can cause problems there, Mass. One of them, I mean, that's what I'm gonna end up doing, but I'm gonna have to deal with these same issues. One of the first issues that can happen there is if the vampire becomes, or goes into a strange mood and wants to make an artifact, your frame rate will go to 0 if they don't have access to the thing in that room. Or if they want something that's not in that room for that artifact. The second issue is your frame rate can drop pretty dramatically if your mayor can't have meetings with that creature. So you have to compensate for mayor's needs to have meetings, and you also need to compensate for artifacts. But if you can do that, you don't want to make him the manager, because the manager has to meet with traders. Bookkeeper can be an okay idea. However, please see the 2 meetings. But yeah, if you're willing to go through the micromanagement, you can still do it. Although the mayor can only have 1 office, so you have to be really careful or smart with your office. Like, as an example, I have a bunch of were creatures in my fort, but they're all in this room here. This is my mayor's office. So they have their meetings right here. Otherwise, they would just be going insane all the time. Although they're going kind of insane anyway. I should let them smooth this area, because why not? Actually, the other thing I was going to do is I was going to start giving them items through here. I should do that. Let's just do this. I'm gonna just go right here. Let's just put clothing here. Set bins to 0. Set bins to stun! And if that once that fills up with clothing, I will... let them have clothes again. Also getting that hitching back. Still getting hitching. Has anybody started getting hitching after this patch on currently existing forts, or is this like a me problem? It's very possible it's just a me problem. Panda soap, high quality soap, A+ soap. Oh man, I totally forgot to let that dwarf out. Damn it. Although you're stumbling obliviously, so oh well. Although, actually, you know what I could do? Chat, does anybody know when the full moon is in Moonstone? It seems to be pretty soon. There is at least 2 mods that I've seen on the workshop that let you do that. Stormwolf. How am I doing today? I'm doing all right. Jordy, yourself? A lot of your recent forts have had issues with hitching. I know that, like, big maps can do that. Like, large forts is usually the cause of it. To me, in my experience, it's almost always something that I've done wrong, but I'm just curious if there's something that was changed. But this was... The frame rate in this fort has been bad since I started draining the lava seas, so I'm presuming it's just the fort. But, you know, it's the 6th? Okay, cool. I'm going to tell my Marks dwarves to just go stand in that room and shoot that dwarf. See if they can kill it. See how well they stick to that fortification there. So, chat, how do we feel about starting to chisel into some fun tubes? Because I've got some pretty ample access to them. The reason I ask is because Marks dwarves now might actually make that quite simple and straightforward. Let's go get us some gems and some adamantine, shall we? Actually, I'm kind of thinking about just chiseling around them and just leaving towers of adamantine, because I think that would just be kind of cool. All right, let's grab you, and you, and just tell them to go stand right there. Just go search for it. Stormwolf. No, I don't remember the names, but that's just been a very common style of mod. We got 2 standing here. Well, we got 4 days. Just a handful of days. I'm sure you'll find it. I would say that Bronze Colossus is probably, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I think the best training dummy is just live targets, regardless of what it is. Probably zombies, actually. Or maybe like a zombie tortoise is actually... A zombie giant tortoise is probably the best target trainer if you want to train them really quickly. But I actually find that Marks dwarves are pretty good at killing Bronze Colossi, at least in my experience. Wow, look at them all. You hoard adamantine and never end up using it. I like making adamantine helms, and I know that it's not the best thing to make out of adamantine, but they're just very obvious. Same with adamantine shields. So I'll lift the facade here a wee bit. I've had an idea for a video for a while, called "Can You Actually Beat Dwarf Fortress?" or "Can You Beat Dwarf Fortress?" or something like that, where I actually colonize hell. And I've tried to sort of work towards that in a few forts and just kind of gotten irritated with the fort and stopped. I might try it with this fort. Like, I'm slowly building all of the prerequisites to try and do that. Adamantine can be destroyed by dragons, although a wooden shield can block dragon fire, so. YouTube chat. Is that a certain depth downwards or something else? It's not a specific depth downwards. There's a specific thing you need to dig through to get to hell. It's the 4th cavern layer that everybody talks about as the spoilers or the circus or whatever. You know, the terminology of Satan being cooked is really funny for some reason, and I can't quite put my finger on why. Ding dong, the hitching's back. I'm just gonna turn this off. See if that helps. Because the frame rate has gotten better. Like 50 frames a second is pretty great. Although, you know what might be causing it? Chat, I have a question. Would you judge me for using DF hack to exterminate these magma crabs? No, not really. Twitching hour. You can invade and take over things, but you don't get immediate control of it. So no, you can't.
Blind, if you were a fruit, what would you be?
I don't want to answer that question because that's one of those questions that can be taken extremely out of context. Is the question, what is my favorite fruit? Let's see if that's the problem. Also, Crossbow, thank you. Or Orc with Bow, thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back. It's a term for a gay person. Not a kind one. Often. That's the reason. Oh, wow, they already killed it. Shit. I was like, all right, you guys gotta start shooting. Dwarf was found dead? There you go. Wow. Wait, why are they using the wood bolts? Hold up. They used the wooden bolts on him, which is weird. Hits it in the head, bruising the muscle, and killed it. Wow, that was fast. But, like... Combat training, was that considered training? Oh, I see. This bottom one, I have unspecified, but you still managed to kill them. That's crazy. That is actually kind of crazy. That is actually kind of crazy. Why am I not seeing what bolts? There it is. Jeez. Bolts hit harder than you realized. So the damage that they do is not new. Their ability to aim is new, right? So I've had like dwarves one-shot things like that with bolts many times. But because even in Fortress mode, they didn't have the ability to aim at specific body parts, it was pretty unpredictable when it would happen. However, now that they have the ability to aim, they're going to hit hard way more consistently. At least that's my expectation here. I mean, I've asked. So, Dogma, about a year ago, I had a fort where I had a Marksdwarf fire a steel bolt and one-shot a Forgotten Beast. Recently, I had a dwarf shoot a bolt and one-shot a random soldier with a steel helm at the back of an army. Like, just pop, like the first bolt that flew out, dude dies. So they've always hit hard. It was just a lot less consistent. So now they're going to still hit hard, presumably, but more consistently? No, it was a fungiwood bolt. Bloodthorn would have been badass, though. Definitely love to see an enemy go down in one shot. No, totally. The thing was, they've been strong for a very long time. It was always just a question of, are you willing to go through the effort? Also, look at this. It's a texture you don't see very often. This is the stuff you can't dig through. That's kind of cool, actually. I want to say that there's a lot of things that you've been able to do for a while with Marks Dwarves, but most people just weren't willing to put in the effort. And that's totally fair. They were tedious and annoying before. But now that they're a lot easier to do things with and make effective, you're going to start seeing a lot of people being really surprised at how effective they actually are. You're going to start seeing that a lot, I think. And that's still burning. But I can go over here and do this. Because the problem with them wasn't that they weren't strong, it was that they weren't consistent. Also, an ad break's going to happen. I will pause the game when the ads hit and unpause the game when the ads are done. Dwarves have always had VATs. Zeko. But only melee dwarves have had VATs. Now Marks dwarves have VATs. Adventure mode combat has always worked basically the same way VATs does. Except now all ranged dwarves have VATs instead of just melee range dwarves. Oh, hi, Mark. My reb. Marks dwarves are the best, according to Mark and Karl Marx. Isn't the English language fun, Mareb? I never said that Karl Marx was a dwarf. I just said that Karl Marx likes Marx. That's all. Because they're Marx dwarves. That's why Karl Marx likes them. Or is this a Jesus was a DJ bit? Now YouTube chat is claiming that the ghost of Karl Marx like possessed a computer which caused Dwarf Fortress to accurately simulate capitalism. I think just a faithful simulation of capitalism destroyed the capitalism in Dwarf Fortress because it's like very much a high-speed version of inflation. And wealth sliding upwards. It's like it's almost like you make a economic model of capitalism and it shows the inevitable outcome. It's almost like that. Wonder why that is. Gotcha, Mareb, let's do that. Let's do that. Excuse me. Also, I'm checking something real quick. We have, in fact, cleared the daily minimum. I figured we did because we had a pretty hefty hype train right at the start. But we have, in fact, cleared the daily minimum and the monthly minimum, which is nice. What was that game, Victoria, where communism won? Are we talking about, like, grand strategy games now? Uh-oh. Well, this sucks. Just gonna do that, and then just get them to channel out all this once these are built. And then this right here can be a pit pond, and I'm just gonna put this gem out because it's been burning for like a year. Also going to jump back up to the roof. There's a ghost in the middle of the fort. Let's see if I have a slab I gotta deal with that I've forgotten about, which I most certainly do. Is your name Aban? Your name's Aban, surprise. I feel dumb. Not realizing that this would happen this way. Back to the top of the statue. It's like I'm doing things super deep underground, but also on the top of the map. Obsidian. Let's just throw a chain in right here. And around that chain. What fun colors do I have? Pyrolusite. It's a good obsidian alternative. And then I'll put a roof on top of this. Where are we digging down? Just gotta be cautious with this area. So let's actually do all of this priority 2. Down here, priority 1. So that is now a pit pond. Is somebody set to fill pond? You're filling a water skin. Bad gameplay, but excellent. Unreal World. The only game is not finished yet. Wait, what? You do realize that Unreal World is a Dwarf Fortress situation, right, Clino? Or are we talking about something else? Like those dudes are funded by like the Finnish government to just make their art. So of course Unreal World ain't finished yet. Although I will say Unreal World is one of the most unironically ugly, charming games I've ever seen. It's very charming, but holy shit, it's ugly. Just let the game run for a minute. I unpaused the game and the smoke didn't move, and I was like, why didn't the smoke move? There we go. Got a Phil Pond job. That's what I wanted to see. I don't think I've seen Papyrus since Premium at the very least. I've seen Papyrus before, but... Isn't it finished by definition? I don't think that's the definition of finished. A forgotten beast named Era Ospinluz Ustrok has come, a huge three-eyed weevil. It has lacy wings and it undulates rhythmically. Its taupe gray exoskeleton is leathery. Beware its fire. That's scary just cause burning. This is the second weevil I've seen, and they both just look like ants. The color does fit. Just like that steam beast I had and the snow beast that I had. Uh-oh. I'm seeing some equipment mismatches. Awkward. I'm just gonna leave these squads on duty for a little bit. Just because of that beast. Oh. This is one of the rare not lava safe ones? And it went into the lava? So it's bleeding? It's spraying just blood everywhere. Like everywhere. The game's hitching again. Section of cavern has collapsed. That's concerning. I was worried about that happening. Okay, well, it stopped bleeding. It melted all of its fat out. Well, now that it's had dwarven liposuction, let's see where it goes. The floor is hot lava. I've actually seen Titans burst into flames before. And also Forgotten Beasts. Every now and again it happens. It's weird. It's a bad cavern. A bug cavern. Speaking of bad cavern, bug cavern. Don't ever look at how many spiders are in your world if you're scared of spiders. Remember there was one time I found the raws that like had the populations for a world I was in, And it was like 18 billion or something. I was like, wow. It's a lot of spiders. I kind of wish we could make candles. I wish there was more use for fat other than soap. I actually just wish that there was more, like, oh, that looks pretty to a dwarf decorations, you know? The worlds aren't that big. There is that. And the spiders are a lot bigger than they are in real life. Termites and bees are a lot higher. Like, a lot higher. Probably much more accurate. They're like in the trillions. Well, the ranged update, and it caught you a bit at the end about the project in the works. That's not so dwarfy game. Are you willing to share what the game is? It's Doom RL. Doom RL and Jupiter Hell Classic. Innumerable, there you go, Zico. I've never played Dark Souls, so I don't need Dark Souls rules. They do not apply to me. In order for rules to apply, I need to have acknowledged that rule set before, and I've never acknowledged the Dark Souls rule set, so thus the rules don't apply. I stated in the video that if you watch the video that I made yesterday about it, I state that it was fixed, but yeah, it was fixed within 4 hours. There was a hotfix patch that released yesterday afternoon. Yeah, so it was fixed a while ago. Apparently some dwarves actually died from it. None of mine did, though. Although I did end up with a tavern brawl trying to sort the problem out, but there was one other addition that I didn't find that was noted in the patch notes, which is that not only were they eating and drinking in slow motion, they were also sleeping in slow motion. So they were starving faster than they were supposed to and consuming 1/100th of the speed. They were getting thirsty faster than they were supposed to and consuming water at 1/100th of the speed, but they were also sleeping in slow motion. So they were gaining tiredness. They were losing tiredness at 1/100th of the speed while they were sleeping. So they were not sleeping. So all the dwarves were also drowsy and moving around slowly. Which is part of the reason I think why my moods are so bad right now. Because they were not this bad until yesterday. I mean, also a bunch of dwarves died. But like, that's besides the point. It was a fun day. I don't know. I like it when bugs like that happen, even though they are, like, you know, not a good thing. That was fun. That was a fun afternoon. Yesterday was fun. I had a great time. Was it great for the game? I don't know. It depends on if they're named or not. Trans fat. If they're named, then I feel bad. If they're not, and they're not married to somebody who's named, then... Although I still feel bad for the dwarf mom who had a baby, and then, like, within an hour, we got attacked by a necromancer or something happened, where we ended up with a zombie baby. An intelligent zombie baby. And that mom just carried that zombie baby around forever, until eventually there was just a zombie baby crawling around. That was... I still feel bad about that one. So I don't know if I would say dwarven life is cheap. I guess it depends on the context. Yeah. I also love the fact that it was connected to crossbows. It was like changing the speed of shooting crossbows made them all like... Made a bunch of dwarves die. or starve. That is really funny to me. It was the Zack Snyder cut of Dwarf Fortress. Do they sleep in slow motion in Zack Snyder cut? In Zack Snyder movies? I've seen 300, but it's been a while. What was the name of that Zack Snyder movie that was like all aesthetics and no substance? And I realize that's every Zack Snyder movie, but hear me out. The one with like the ladies and the weird orphanage and like all of that nonsense. And like the blimp. I just remember zeppelins and blimps everywhere. What was the name of that movie? I know it was a Zack Snyder movie. Sucker Punch, that movie. That movie had a neat look for the time. Similarly to Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow. Not a good movie, but that movie was fun to look at. It's like, there's nothing good about Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow. The movie's forgettable at best and, like, boring at worst. But it has a look to it that I like. Yeah, I mean, it was the final act of that movie, which is the most memorable part of that movie. The rest of that movie is very forgettable because it's not as aesthetically cool as the last sequence of that. If that movie was like a 10-minute short film, awesome. But the actual movie, Just like edit the movie part of it out and it's a decent film. This dwarf's gonna die, aren't you? You know, my favorite part about Dwarf Fortress, or Kit Fox bringing Putnam on to work on Dwarf Fortress, is learning that Dwarf Fortress's code isn't as spaghetti as people think. Because there's a quote that Putnam said in my chat, or no, in a video that I did with her, where she says like the common knowledge is that Dwarf Fortress is spaghetti code. But it turns out when you're working on a project that you're intending to continue working on for the long term, regardless of how like technically skilled you are at programming, you don't write spaghetti code because you're trying to write code that you want to be able to interpret in the future. And Tarn is not a traditionally he's a self-taught programmer, right? But Tarn is not dumb. And apparently his code is really well like formatted and structured in a way to return to it. I've never seen it, so I have no thoughts on it. Trans fat. In regards to Tenant. You wonder what triggered this bug? The slow motion thing? I've stated several times in this stream, so I'll state it again. It was the speed of crossbows. So slowing down the speed that it takes to shoot a crossbow changed some of the other job code, which made dwarves work in slow motion for tasks that weren't intended to work in slow motion. That's what caused that bug. It's like the criticism that Putnam has had for Tarn's code isn't that it's spaghetti code, it's that it's not optimized. Like, it is a piece of code that, and I'm not a programmer, but it's a a piece of code supposedly that is organized to return to it. It's just not well optimized. And optimizations are something that Putnam is good at, so they make a good team, basically. And, like, the reason Putnam says that, like, it's not well optimized is for the same reason that, like, I think that this quote was from the No Clip documentary about Dwarf Fortress, where that segment when Putnam's on, because Putnam basically states, like, when you're writing code that you intend to return to, you write well-organized code so that it's easy to find where you are in the code. But that also comes from the perspective of somebody who, Putnam, who got her start, like, writing additions to open source games, specifically SS13, where not only does nobody care about the code, but people in some cases would write intentionally bad code so that people can change it. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is much better organized than a lot of people give it credit for, I guess. I think also there's this thing just called tech debt. I think Dwarf Fortress has quite a bit of tech debt, not necessarily spaghetti code, because it's just a game that's been written for a really long time. And sort of like what Sniff Griff is probably getting at in the Twitch chat is that, like, I mean, I do this, right? I think we all do this even. We all have a computer, right? Because that's how most people are watching. How many of you go back and reorganize your file structure? That's bad. I have like 8 or 9 Windows.old installs on this fucking Linux machine that I've just never bothered to go and get rid of and deal with properly, which I really should. I really should go back and deal with them. And the best way to deal with them is to have, like, another person who's good at that to just come in and fix it for you, which is why they have Putnam. Spaghetti code has a specific definition, though, which is it's poorly organized. And everything that I've heard is that's not the case. I don't know. I'm just trying to give Tarn more credit. That's all I'm doing. Humor me. Or don't. It's up to you. I don't think that's spaghetti code, though. That's a specific type of system. Like, isn't that just like the result of deterministic design? Feral Fox, because you say it's spaghetti code, you're referring to modifying one thing, having something else seemingly unrelated that would appear to be several steps of removal to get affected, but the organization has absolutely nothing to do with it if the fact that it was able to find it so quickly speaks out to the fact that the notation in an organization is. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, isn't that just deterministic design, though? Because, like, I've seen that happen in other games that, by all counts, have much smaller code bases that are deterministic. So please educate me here if I'm incorrect, but I've just been under the impression that that's just the result of deterministic programming. I don't think it's necessarily that it's hard to fix one thing without disrupting another, because Tarn made a bunch of changes for this update. There's been a lot of changes for this update under the hood. One other thing got disrupted, and within 3 hours it was fixed, and by all counts it hasn't disrupted something else. But when you're tying everything together in systems, like, that's just gonna happen? So I don't know. Nate Woods in YouTube chat. You just came in, but if we're talking about the slow drinking bug, I understand that from the patch notes it was yeah, no, that is what we're talking about, but that's not what we're talking about. We're like 4 steps past that. That's what we were talking about, and I almost knocked a light over. But would love more interviews with Putnam. The reason I haven't done interviews with Putnam is Putnam hasn't been working on anything interesting. Putnam's just been, like, hiding in rewriting the interface code and, like, making and converting all the raws to Lua. Like, every time I've reached out to her, it's just been yep, still in Lua. It's like, okay, well, there's not a lot to talk about there, but what I want to do is I want to try and get Tarn on sometime in the next month, because I want to know I want to get back to a world where I can just do quarterly interviews with Tarn and just be like, so what you working on? Because, like, progress is speeding up again. Like, we're getting past that era of, like, still doing UI. It's like, I did quarterly interviews during the development of Premium for a while, basically starting in 2020. For those 2 years, it was like 8 or 9 that we did before the release. And at a point, it turned into still making sliders. Let's speculate for an hour. And that's not fun. That's just reiterating the same thing. So I try to avoid that if at all possible. That's going to collapse. Just because it doesn't make for entertaining viewing. You wrote an object pooling system for projectiles, and by itself it was efficient, but you needed to integrate. It was an environmental with enemies. You had to duct tape things, and I didn't want to spend months optimizing a system, so actually making the game, it's a tough balance and choice. Totally. No, that makes sense. I know that, like, something else that Tarn talked about, I think maybe in one of my interviews, it's hard for me to remember at this point, was a issue of finances. Is part of the reason that Dwarf Fortress is like so weird. Because when you're, and I can relate to this. When you're crowdfunded, when you make a little thing, some people notice and they appreciate it, and they like that. But when you're crowdfunded and you make something big, and a lot of people notice, it can be an order of magnitude higher payout, crowdfunding wise, than if you are just simply, you know, releasing a small piecemeal thing. So because Dwarf Fortress was crowdfunded for so long, there is an element of Zach and Tarn had rent to pay and needed to, you know, pay bills. Tarn more so than Zach, but still, they had rent to pay. And so you have to, like, make a thing that's big enough that attracts an audience. And it's hard to just get lost in, like, the nitty gritty of minutia. And I think that's why, like, we as a community are so ingrained to, like, parrot the big wait. You know, the 4 years it's going to take to make the magic update. The big wait. Like, let's just hopefully be able to pay rent so that we can do the big wait and do the big code rewrites, right? And what the big wait ended up being was premium. Not magic. And now that the bills are paid, they have time to go back and fix things. And I know that, like, development was slow after the release, but we're now in a position where there isn't that time pressure and financial incentive. So the financial incentive is now lessened because they don't need to impress. They do need to impress if they want to sell copies of the game, but the game's there. And the people who like it. And it is for sale, yes, but they don't need it to sell to pay the bills right now because the bills are paid for a very long time. And I think that's a good thing in almost every factor of the word. Platinum can just pluck away at fixing problems that the game has had, and Tarn can go be creative and make new things and improve old systems that he's wanted to improve, like the Mark's Dwarves, and Sieges, and finish old systems that he started working on without the pressure of them having to be big and flashy. Which is funny, because if they were big and flashy, I would make more money. Because if they put out something that's big and flashy, that attracts people to the game and people back to the game more so than, oh, the frame rate is better now, you know? And there has been more, like, performance improvements in the last 2 years than I think in the entirety of the rest of my time playing Dwarf Fortress. So Killed with Style is throwing a tantrum, but he's chained up, so it's okay.
Heyo.
Heyo, Rick. Dude, it's good to see you. How you been, man? I hope you've been well. Between the code itself being incomprehensible and changing one thing fucks random bits of other code, different chunks of a system are interacting in unexpected ways. I think that, like, I might be misinterpreting the definition of spaghetti code, or we're using slightly different definitions of spaghetti code. That may also be the part of the disconnect here. about to get a replacement vehicle and things are looking up. Well, that's good. Hell yeah, man. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Ranger Rick? Also, just a congrats on the life improvements. We're in an ad break right now, so I'm going to leave the game paused for a while. Kirk Huey says, back in the day, DF had private funding from donors who appreciated Zach and Tarn's work. Not a lot, but I remember in those 7-ish playing. So in 07-ish, Zach or Tarn was making enough for him to pay rent if he did literally nothing else. A direct comparison of this is like in 2016-17 when I was streaming full-time, but I was making like $800 a month and my rent was $700. All of my money went to rent and I had no money for anything else. And the extra money I made from my part-time job went into paying for internet and shit. And I came out with enough money to afford groceries, barely, and then not put anything into savings. So Tarn barely scraped by from 2006 until like 2000. When I think Zach started working with him in 2014, I think was that year. I'd need to go look at the timeline again. And then they made a Patreon, and then the Patreon got them to a point where they were doing quite well towards the end. But even towards the end, like, they could have gotten more money if they just went and got a full-time job doing almost anything. Any trades job or any construction job or any like kind of more traditional labor job would have paid better, even towards the end. But like in like the last year, I think the Patreon got to a point where they were making about 15 grand, which, okay, so that's split between two people. So cut that in half, subtract 30% for taxes. And then also realize that they lived in a suburb of Seattle. That's like, like they were doing okay towards the end, but like it wasn't like they were living like kings. But yeah, no, I mean, I was throwing $10 a month at it back then. Here's the thing, Kirk Huey. I think a lot of people recognized how much they were doing with how little resources. I think there was also a lot, and I saw a lot of this, people that were not even remotely aware of the fact that that isn't a lot of money for where they live, because they're like, I live in a post-Soviet country and I live off of $150 US per month. What the fuck's wrong with you? Kind of deal. And so, yeah, I think plenty of people were very aware of what they were doing with the little resources. I think there was like equal parts people that were just assholes. But, you know, such is life. I mean, they lived in Kitsap County, right? I think Zach's still in Kitsap County, isn't he? Presume he hasn't moved. Haven't heard anything about him moving. Although Zach owns a house now. So, you know. Zach's doing okay now. Which is good. He earned it. I mean, the opportunity cost of choosing to develop this game should be enough to demand respect. Yeah, I mean, you could say that about just about any independent artist, right? It's like, do you take a steady paycheck and live a normal existence, or do you grasp at the possibility of doing the thing that you really want to do for significantly less money and financial stability, which is what they chose? I mean, the thing that like really breaks me is just that story that Tarn told. He told it again in the No Clip documentary as well, but like of nailing a board over his window and working at night so that he couldn't see the sun and it wouldn't distract him, and like worked at night so that people didn't distract him. It's shit like that where it's like, wow, that's relatable and also terrifying. Because I did shit like that to do this for a living. And I've made it now and it feels like it was worth it, but fuck me at the time. Jesus. At the time, I was grumpy. I'll put it that way. I think a lot of artists don't make it that far. Only the lucky ones that you hear about make it that far, Kirk, in YouTube chat. Says real artists get enough satisfaction from their own art. There's a yes and a no to that. I think that they get satisfaction from the art. I'm speaking to my own experience, right? If you want to call me an artist, You can if you want. You don't have to if you don't want. But in my own experience, it's a yes, but you also get like undescribable sorrow and loneliness. It's like hard to explain. It's like when you're in that position, kind of giving up everything, for lack of a better term, for the ability to do the thing that you want to do, it is undescribably lonely. And I don't even have like a proper verbiage for it or vocabulary for it. It is hard to explain. It's like on one hand, yes, you get a lot of satisfaction being able to do it. But if you're not surviving financially, it's also like the most fucking soul-crushing thing on the planet because you're like this close, but at the same time this far away. If that makes any sense. I should go from the layer above and drop down into this. I mean, there's a reason Edgar Allan Poe died as an alcoholic in the street. You know, like it's hard to explain. It's really hard to explain. I don't know. Like the people write books about this shit for a reason. And then there's also survivorship bias after the fact. I mean, I've tried to give people advice in my industry and been told that I don't have the right to speak because I just have survivorship bias, and it's like, oh boy. It's difficult to explain. I'm not a fan of that choice of words, typewriter chimp, in YouTube chat, but you're not wrong. I would use the word recluse or something like that instead of the word bum, but what's the advice you give most often? Dedicate all your time to community and work your fucking ass off. Don't try and make it about money. Like I had 2 jobs for years while doing this. You want to prioritize long-term stability. Unless your goal is to get in and make fuck you money and get out, which is what most people do in this industry, which is kind of sad. Which is why all people with the, I guess, influencer moniker attached to them get lumped in with people that are horrible, generally. So no matter how much I like my job and like my industry, I'm going to be, looked at in kind of the same context as people like, I don't know, XQC or I don't want to name shittier people. At least he's a quirky, shitty person who's like kind of endearing in weird ways. Alana, what up? Thanks for the raid. That's the first raid of the stream. Appreciate you. Were you rimworlding today, or were you doing something else? Welcome, raiders. If you guys don't know Alana, you should go give her a follow. She plays similar-ish games. I'm just rambling and digging through rocks, and my life has meaning, thankfully. I think capitalism is why AAA gaming is having a hard time. But I digress. Well, it's fine, Jess. You were in the kitchen making nums. You two were hanging out? Well, that's cheating. Lucky. What were you making? Do you mind sharing with the class? Did you make enough cookies? Or whatever you made? But yeah, what were you making? I know it was gluten and dairy free, but do check. Zelwick. Friend of the show, as they say. Cookies for the whole class. Damn, if you make cookies, it is like the law that you have to provide at least photo evidence of said cookies. I don't know what the punishment for breaking that law is, aside from my mild disappointment in your ability to share photos of cookies, but it's like whenever, I think it's Big Bang, who always makes cookies and posts them on Discord, I'm like, God damn it. Side effects may include blind cursing at you for not giving him cookie immediately. Punishment is, no, the punishment is I have to go make cookies if I don't see photos of your cookies, so thus I can see cookies. Which is like self-flagellation in that way. Because I don't have enough people to share cookies with, so it just turns into me just eating cookies and then wishing I didn't eat all of the cookies that I made. The only way that I can make cookies and not hate myself is like take 80% of the cookie dough and freeze it. Wah, wah, wah. Coffee cake, Mediterranean salad, meatball zoodles. All delicious. Ooh. Ooh. What's a zoodles? I'm trying to think what animal you'd have to cross with a poodle to make a zoodle. Zebra? I can't think of a dog breed that starts with the letter Z. There has to be at least one. Twitch chat talking about food, YouTube chat talking about AAA games and capitalism. It's like, just which one do I respond to? I don't know. I do think that's the funny thing. The funniest thing for me in AAA game space right now is Ubisoft, purely because they're trying to buy that company back from their investors if they... And the reason they want to buy it back is so that they can stop making so many high-budget franchises, because they literally won't be able to afford to exist if, like, 2 more fail. It's like... It's like we're trying to buy it back so that we can make less money. It's literally the reason. It's like, we just can't afford another flop. It's like, if they keep going in the direction that they're going, they will have at least another flop. If they have another flop, company gone. I actually don't want Ubisoft to fail. I know a lot of people have been championing them failing. I don't want them to fail purely because a lot of people work for that company. And healthcare is important, guys. So I don't actually want Ubisoft to fail. It would be funny, but it would also suck for a lot of people who work for them. A surprise Pikachu meme. Pilot Guy. Also, Pilot Guy, you came up inadvertently in chat the other day. Also, Drosta, I think it's another thing that I think is funny when you came up is like 2 days ago you were in my chat asking what's the state of the game, and then what's coming up, and then like the day after Tarn patches the game with new Marks Dwarfs mechanics, fixes all of the Marks Dwarf mechanics that everybody wanted fixed. It was just very funny to me. I was like talking about that yesterday at the start of the stream. No, we were trying to like, okay, so it's not a bad thing, Pilot Guy, for reference. I was ranting about dating apps, and the topic of horse girls came up. Like people that just have, well, we were talking about guys with fish in their profile photos, and then girls next to horses, and why that's like either a good thing and or a bad thing. And then I was like, wait, what is the inverse of a horse girl? And then somebody in chat's like, a pilot guy. I'm like, I know that one. I know that dude. An Etten named Ator has come. A giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. Ooh. We have a human skull totem. And there's a bee. I'm going to tell my Marks Dwarfs to kill it. And see if they can. So yeah, you are like you are the inverse of a horse girl. I didn't say it was something bad. I just said that you came up. You do tend to be like vegans, and you must constantly tell everyone you're a pilot. Do vegans do that? I feel like vegans just get made fun of. I think the thing is, like, being vegan is kind of like an allergy, where when you're in a restaurant, you have to ask for vegan options if, like, it's not clear. So I don't think that's a fair comparison. I feel like it's more like you're an Arch Linux user, you know? No, a horse girl is just somebody who has a profile picture on a dating app with a horse. That's a horse girl. So the Marksdwarves are backing up and kiting and shooting bolts. Except for that one's not kiting fast enough. Kite faster, you moron! You've got this, Vukar. Kite quicker. Jump away. Meanwhile, over here, Dwarf shoots, moves forwards, sprints forwards, you shoots. It's more Etten blood. The Etten isn't dying yet, but still getting hit by wooden bolts. Okay, which one of you nincompoops is using wooden bolts? So I've got this set for training. Is that just what they had in their inventory, maybe? Because, like, when I give them ample time, they do equip metal bolts. I might just not be giving them time, because I have seen them go and, like, swap them. I mean, it's still working. Whoop. Like, see, you've got iron bolts. In fact, you've got a lot of iron bolts. It's got to just be. It's got to be because I have them on staggered training pretty consistently. And then they just stand around it and turn them into a pincushion. That's actually kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty fucking funny. That's pretty goddamn funny. And I use Linux. What's your point, Tiki? Also, I never thought about, like, what a female centaur would be called. I thought they were all just centaurs. I didn't realize that the word centaur was gendered. It's because people like highlighting a specific archetype. I'm vegan and I make it everyone's problem. That's not true. Like, so I'm a weekday vegan. I generally eat plant-based food at home. But I'm not picky in restaurants, so I'll just eat whatever. If somebody's, like, very strict about it, you're not making it everybody else's problem. It's a dietary situation. So if you go to somewhere where you're eating food, if you're providing food for people, you have to account for people's dietary restrictions. So no, you're not making it everybody else's problem. Somebody making something everybody else's problem is something that, like, isn't necessary. I would argue that somebody being vegan or vegetarian is necessary. There's a reason, like, it's considered assault if you feed someone who's vegetarian meat against their knowledge, if you know. What were you expecting, Ghost Cypher? I mean, it would have worked before. They would have just charged in right away while shooting. And now they stand back while shooting and kite while shooting. Like, I'm just gonna see, like, what I can actually pull off with Marksdwarves. Fighting Forgotten Beasts and stuff with just Marksdwarves. Once the Etten gotten close. You need to remember just how bad Ettens are at killing things, but also these dwarves are pretty skilled in dodging, so I thought that one dwarf that was, like, right next to it was going to take some hits, though. So I'm kind of impressed it didn't. I was kind of expecting more of them to take hits, though. Thought they were going to run out and get smashed. I mean, they're already smashed. They're dwarves. You know, euphoric due to inebriation and all that. If they weren't smashed, that would be the problem. But no, I mean, even before the changes, they probably still would have won that fight. It wouldn't have been as smooth, though. You just got back from work. You know, people must ask every other minute, but how's the update so far? I don't think anybody's asked me that yet, actually. The update's pretty great. I'm quite the fan. I mean, like, I've been defending Mark's Dwarves, even though I used to not care for them so much back in the day. Like, it's the truth that I used to be not thrilled with them. But, like, I think they're in a really good place now. Like, it really seems like they've fixed the majority of the management issues with Mark's Dwarves, which is a very good thing. So I'm pretty enthused by it. Hopefully work was good. Like, if you've never really messed with Mark's Dwarves, now is the time. But I'm going to have to spend, like, the next couple weeks of streams probably, like, figuring out exactly what I can do with Mark's Dwarves and then updating the tutorial because I don't want to rush it. At least by the Siege update being out full. Like, actually, out of curiosity, how many people in chat have never used Mark's Dwarves? Or maybe tried them once and, like, never really tried them again? Pretty good, bit on the bland side. I mean, that's a hobo meal, right? Definitely need to add more salt. Still delicious. Always try food whilst eating to determine if it require more salt. Yeah, don't need to worry about that. They didn't seem very significant. I think pre-update, they were just really good at disarming stuff. Like, I used them to, like, soften targets very consistently. I think being able to select ammo, though, is just really nice. It gives you a lot more control of what you're actually doing with them, which is a pretty big deal. Game's still hitching. It's got to be the tantrums, right? Or just pathing being weird? I don't know. The uniform UI confusing? Which part? Bruno? Like, just this UI in general? I mean, let me show you two real quick hacks, right? If you go into details on a default uniform, so this was the default archery uniform, and you make a change. So what I did for this uniform was I clicked X because it just said any ranged weapon. And then I clicked that, and then I clicked crossbows, and then I clicked the confirm and save button and titled it crossbow, and it just updates it. So that's something that's like maybe worth knowing. If you add a uniform, just select all the different pieces that you want, put a title, and then confirm and save. Either worn over clothing, or if you say partial matches, you'll get less issues with conflicts, which I might actually do for that other one. Like, actually here, I'll just do it. Let's say edit, partial matches is okay. And then say crossbow partial. Confirm and save. Now I can assign crossbow partial to everybody. This dwarf has crossbow partial, and this dwarf just has crossbows. There's a lot of little things that you can do with it that aren't entirely straightforward that are actually make it pretty flexible. You made a small tower during a siege and then put them on the tower, and they jumped down and tried to bash the goblins with their crossbows. Things can still jump over those. I had some Mark's dwarves jump off of a tower, some normal soldiers, but they do seem to do that a lot less. They're not as fully aggro. I kind of like that though. I think there is going to be points where I'm kind of annoyed that. Okay, so in adventure mode, you can tell your non-controlled characters, so characters that the player isn't directly controlling, to be more passive or aggressive. I would really like that as an option, because there are times where when Mark's dwarves run out of ammo, I might actually want them to just charge in and punch, because if there's 2 more bodies, that could save a legendary swords dwarf, as an example. And I do think there are going to be situations where that is valuable. Ligiro, thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. Check, can I get a round of beers for the returning Prime sub? Appreciate you. Hey, Bobtron. Hopefully you're doing well. Happy Friday. Oh, you're watching the Starter stream? Yes. Seems unfortunate. Yes, I was live. I am still live. Accidentally jumping around in YouTube stream and getting confused is a ongoing issue. I actually find the current uniform UI to be pretty straightforward, but like, you know, it's like any strategy game UI, it's daunting and overwhelming the first time you look at it. The old one was complicated because the hotkeys were convoluted. Although ironically, nobody ever mentions this, but the uniform UI pre-Steam was one of the only pieces of UI in the entire game with full mouse control. And like, I played this game for a very long time before I actually realized that. And when I did, it like blew my mind. I was like, wait, what the fuck? How long has that been there? Let's say like you dug yours out. You're trying to build up. You build a staircase leading up, but they're not going up. And then digging and carving staircases up, only access is from the bottom. I have a question. Are you trying to go through a floor going up? Because you're building up, right? Are you trying to go through a floor? Real guitar. Because if you're trying to go through a floor, you need a hole in that floor. If you're trying to build up, and you click at the bottom level, you go on to, you can't build up to here, but you can build up to here. If you build up to here, and then you put a wall piece next to it right here, and then you build a ramp next to that wall piece right here, it might let you channel up through here, but it's best to dig around and then fill it in later. And then go up to here, channel down in here, and have an open space next to it so that they have somewhere to stand, and then you can build up. Thought that mouse control was from DF Hack? There's entire feature sets in the game that Dwarf Fortress got negative reviews on Steam when it first released that people thought were Dwarf Fortress features that were features from DF Hack. How can you build a stair down without digging? You have to open up the space first. So, like, I can build a stair here down to here. No problem. But I can't build a stair down to here. I have to get down to here, dig a hole there, and then dig into there. Or, alternatively, dig a stair down here, dig it out fully, open up the space next to it so that they have somewhere to stand while they're building, and then build over that. Building is step 2. Digging is step 1. And going up can be a little bit tricky the first time to wrap your brain around it, but it starts to make sense as time goes on. I know that's always a terrible thing to say, but... Semi-molten rock isn't affected by gravity and doesn't cave in. Really? I didn't know that. That's kind of wild, actually. But Kirk Huey, I will just say your name so that you can confirm that I'm live. It's currently 2:37 p.m. my time. So it should be something 37 where you are, unless you're in one of those weird half-sea zones. And also, thank you very much for all the likes on the YouTube stream, YouTube folks. And also for the 215 of you watching here on Twitch. Sorry, I just unmuted my stream for a second there by mistake. You got up at 6 a.m.? I got about 5 hours of sleep last night and about 4.5 the night before, so I feel you. Later on, I do in fact feel you. I didn't sleep the best. You can dig through semi-molten rock if you designate it before seeing it. Does that still work? Because I thought that they just cancel it now. I'm pretty sure I've tried that recently. Like from here kind of deal. Like, I wonder. Let's try this. Probably not. Although they currently can't even get to that. But just because you can designate it, I'm pretty sure they cancel it. I know that worked at one point, but unless you've done it recently. Ah, excellent. Well, thankfully, there's only one vampire in the fort. So we are well aware of who did it. And now I can delete my prison. There's a logic here, don't worry. And I can go up to here and set this as my prison. And that's a disorderly conduct. I'm just going to go here and type in this funny word, vampire. We're going to interrogate killed with style. And also convict this hunter. See what killed with style thinks of it. Wow, he's less pissed off. Oh, he likes his fine restraint. That's funny. Doesn't feel anything after seeing Cole die. Well, found our culprit. Let's just follow you, Vampy. I've never really had a point in my life where I've remembered sleeping well consistently. Like, I'll sleep well occasionally for short periods of time, and then it'll just get worse and worse and worse. I've, like, gone to doctors because of it. Yeah. And then I smoke weed because weed tends to have less negative effects on me than, like, taking long-term sleeping pills or antidepressants, which tend to have nothing but negative effects on me. And then eventually that starts to have negative effects on me and starts to impact my mood. It's not a good time. I've never had a point in my life where I've been able to consistently nap without like, okay, now I stay up for 36 hours. So I envy people who can sleep consistently. We're interrogating killed with style because I wouldn't want to arrest him for no reason. Lol. Oh, I'm out of gold ore. That's the problem. Let's just jump over here. In intimidating remarks, subject complied, confessed to murder. No new information was revealed. And we are going to convict him. He's now getting beaten. Let's see what his conviction is. You're telling me he gets no time in prison? What? Gross. Guy just murdered somebody. Okay, well, next crime. Also, I need to jump up to here and then go down through here. Oh, I see what I need to do. Actually, I'm just going to go up to the top of this and start unforbidding things. Got a lot of things I got to get done. Actually, let's just make wooden crutches. Wrong tool. 4. Do that. Go back to... where was it? Ah, right here. Right here. I just need a stockpile again. With a CPAP machine? Best of luck. Quit bragging, Leodoran. You're making me jealous, being able to fall asleep in situations where I wish I would be able to fall asleep in front of a class. That sounds great. I wish I could do that. That is a gift, my friend. That is a gift. You felt so bad? Nope, that's a gift. Treasure it. It's also a funny story for the future, which is also a gift. It's mostly because winter and so the heat was cranked up. No, that's a gift. Cherish it. I am unironically jealous. You might try to tape your mouth shut. Wait, what? Because CPAP? Or... because that seems not great. I fell asleep on the train once, on SkyTrain in Vancouver, because I'd worked 4 days in a row without sleeping. Well, without sleeping for more than like maybe a couple hours. And I had to go to it was like a birthday party or something. It was an event. Went to that and was at that all day. And then I slept in the upstairs room on a sofa for about 40 minutes and then was heading back to work and fell asleep on the train and woke up. I fell asleep at about 8 o'clock in the afternoon, 8 o'clock at night on the train. And I woke up at 4:30 in the morning in the like turnaround end of line stop with a cop looking at me going, nope, he's not dead. He's breathing. It was the only time I no-showed for work. Dwarf and Mango, thank you very much for the 7 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. With the CPAP mask, you need to breathe through your nose. Right. Yeah, I don't really have a problem with breathing through my mouth when I'm sleeping. I was a mouth breather when I was a little kid, but I've kind of gotten over that. Yeah, let's just do all metal ores for that. So, Snatcher Hardcore in YouTube chat says, when I'm in jail, I get the best sleep of my life. I just have to retort to that and say, how do you sleep while you're playing Monopoly? And then refuse to elaborate or accept any other truth. I will agree, Monopoly's a boring game, but sheesh. Also, like, those turns aren't that long, so that must be a really short sleep. Oh, no, I mean, I can't... I've never slept on a flight in my life. Although I've gotten much better at flying recently. Like, the last flight that I took, I literally just brought a book and a set of wireless earbuds and kind of alternated between, like, just staring at the seat in front of me and just kind of zoning out with no audio stimulation whatsoever, listening to a podcast at low volume, and reading for, like, the 6 hours I was on the plane. I think I spent about half of it just sitting in silence and thinking. Like, kind of hoping I could fall asleep, but... There was only one time I ever slept on a flight, and that was flying to Boston. The reason I slept flying to Boston for PAX East was because I flew red-eye, and I brought a very strong edible with me in my luggage, and I walked into like the area in front of security, figured out where my gate was, turned around, went to the bathroom, ate the edible, and then walked into security. And it kicked in about 20 minutes into the flight. It's the only time I've ever slept on a plane. This is true, Siloik. This is true. How do I deal with boulders interrupting floor deconstructing and having to resume construction tens of times? Hit T and scroll down to where the resume is, and then just unpause them all with a handful of clicks. It cuts the clicks down by an order of magnitude. I've always done it that way from the task screen. Cycle 100 kilometers and you will sleep better. Number 1, I'm diabetic. Number 2, I work out 4 times a week. Doesn't help. I walk literally everywhere I go. I own a bicycle. I ride my bike mostly on weekends, not so much during the week because I don't need to. But I would probably die if I cycled 100 kilometers. So I'm good, thanks. But it's not that simple, sir. When your brain doesn't let you sleep, it doesn't matter how exhausted you are. Do I have a nice mattress? Mattress ain't the problem, trust me. Like, people who don't have... I guess I should just, like, change the subject because I'm just going to start repeating myself. But, like, the last thing I'll say about this is if you don't have chronic problems sleeping that aren't physical, it's really hard to relate to somebody who does. Like, insomnia gonna insomnia, and the pills that I could take for them make me manic. So it's like, I have 2 options. I can take pills that make me want to run around naked outside and assault somebody, or I could not sleep very much half the time. And I tend to just go that way. I don't know. The Dwarven child withdraws from society. It's Thob. Are you one of the super depressed ones, Thob? No, you aren't. You don't really want the pills most of the time, is what I've learned. The 30s. It's like telling a depressed person to just go outside. Darrygorn. Or like, yeah, telling an introvert to just go talk to people. It's like, you know, there isn't always a straightforward, direct answer. I think, like, to me, pills are a band-aid. It's like I'm on ADHD pills. And they certainly make a lot of day-to-day tasks easier, but they cause not as many problems as they fix problems. We had a bunch of animals die of old age because it's spring. They don't cause as many problems as they solve. They definitely solve more problems than they cause. But I'm starting to notice issues. I've certainly noticed issues. Your sleep schedule is about to be an absolute joke. Mate, if you're going to fly even remotely professionally, yeah. No, you're going to sleep in an airport on a bench at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday, and then you'll sleep next on Thursday. Like, I feel like that's kind of like becoming a nurse and then being like, I'm going to have a functional sleep schedule and social life. It's like, no, you're not. What the fuck? I'm sorry to hear that, Zerdes. That sucks. No, it's all good. I'm just trying to communicate the reality of it. Although I will say, I wish I could ride 100 kilometers on my bike because bikes are awesome. And riding bikes are fun. I'll stick to like 30. Now I'm losing my voice. What the fuck? Where did that come from? The hell? That. Jesus. Last week I ate some really hot noodles. And the broth burned the back of my throat. And since then, like, I've just been like randomly phlegming up and hacking up a lung. It's like, Jesus. It's gotten a lot better. Like, it's almost non-existent, but that's the second time it's happened today. Monday, which was the day after I did that, I was coughing every couple minutes. I sounded like a smoker. It's pretty bad. I mean, it's doable. It's sort of like I've walked 35 kilometers in a day up a mountain and back with a backpack on. I've done it. It's not pleasant, but I've done it. I needed like an entire package of Oreo cookies to not die of low blood sugar, but I did it. Basically, give me a dozen donuts and I could probably do 100K on my bike. Or like 2.5 cheesecakes. Serious burn. It wasn't pleasant, let me tell you. Don't slurp noodles before checking temperature, let me tell you about that. So, person in YouTube chat jokes about going to prison and sleeping well in prison. Somebody with a prison-related username just followed me on Twitch. Am I getting attacked? What's happening right now? I hope not. I already live in one that's called my brain. I don't need to physically be in one. It's like one of those, like, this is mildly disconcerting moments. It's like, I don't like this. Mind Palace? Oh, trust me, I have more of a mind hut. A mind hut? Although, no matter how I say mind hut, in my brain that just sounds like I'm making like a bad marching Germans in World War II joke. It's the Mind Shack, baby Mind Shack. Mind Shack, baby Mind Shack. I figured out what you're doing there. Picking it up, I get it. I understood that reference. B-52s. They rock sometimes. Darius, thank you very much for the 10-pack for my Mind Shack. You've seen TikTok live streams from jails, people. I wouldn't be surprised. Huh. Unironically, I've been on multiple TikTok live streams. Oh, I've seen clips, obviously, but I myself have never watched a TikTok live stream. I don't even know how you watch a TikTok live stream. Because I've never seen one live in any... I've never installed the app, and I presume it's not on the web client. Because I've never seen them on the web client. But I have been on... Also, Lost Convict was who I was referring to. But I've been on TikTok live streams. Sounds like you speak with lots of experience. I think that typewriter chimp in YouTube chat is very attracted to elves. Typewriter chimp likes it when they suck. The Thob, the dwarven child, has created a pearwood figurine of Artuk called Seburustuludud. Artuk Cloud Amused. He claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Ubol. Good banners. Wow, that's an expensive little artifact. Kiddo, where's your bedroom? I'm gonna put it in your bedroom. You know a guy from Norway who served years in prison and started watching VTubers in there? Well, he's doomed. What? Dude shows up, looks like Bob Ross, is the holy mucus of a religion, immediately vanishes, refuses to elaborate. What the fuck was that? He was like, not armed. That must have been a scouting group. That has to have been. Goal, I think, is what you're looking for. Gosh. Holy mucus, you've been down too long and the site is deep. There's definitely jokes in that, yeah. Many funny things can be said about the holy mucus. They're more of a reference to another thing that is actually a thing in Dwarf Fortress's overworld, Romanoid. So there are groups and characters that just kind of roam the overworld regardless of if you're playing or not. And these are like actual patrols So those are usually just like 2 or 3 dudes with like bows and arrows, and then like some peasants. They could also be like groups of monks, which is probably what that was. They're also escorts for these dudes. Or these dudes could be completely unrelated. Usually the result when you see them in Fortress mode is they appear and then immediately disappear. Bolts just start flying, bears are biting, all kinds of nonsense. Look at all this. It's absolute chaos. Go get them, bears. You're barely even a threat. Just gonna bring obsidian amulets over here. And if that faction that they're a part of doesn't know that you exist, as in the player doesn't know that you exist, that it's actually not uncommon for them to accidentally wander into your space of the map, realize that you're there, and then retreat immediately. So, like, when you first settle, and, like, an army shows up and then immediately leaves, they're not actually trying to attack you. They were heading somewhere else, and you settled in their path, basically. It's the reason that you get attacked so quickly by necromancers, because necromancers are hostile to everything, and so they will attack you regardless of if they're intending to. So when they enter your map, they don't have a goal, they just will fight everything and they will remain on the map, whereas something that's like neutral or isn't intending to attack you will just immediately retreat, because they don't have the prerequisites to be able to go through with the attack. So as an example, if elves are ambushing somebody, they bring arrows. If an elvish faction happens upon you, they'll just leave immediately because they don't have any arrows, and they retreat when they don't have enough arrows. A patrol group will retreat if they don't have enough soldiers, and it's considered half of their soldiers have already died. So a patrol group would usually be a bunch of unarmed people and like maybe 4 guys that are armed. They're just like a traveling group or a group of mercenaries or something that's going from one place to another. They'll appear and they'll be like, half of our soldiers are gone, because less than half of them are soldiers, and they immediately leave. That kind of situation. It's called your drunk neighbor trying to get into your house, Moreb, in real life. How you doing, Canadian Pagan? It's good to see you, man. Only necromancers remained. You got quickly beaten up. Well, that's funny. I'm not sure what would cause that. There are some other things that can cause that to happen, but specifically patrol routes are like essentially a reference to a weird interaction and or bug, depending on how you determine what a bug is. They brought a fluffy wambler in a cage and a hedgehog in a cage. I don't want those either of those, but I traded for all their fruits. We can make some nicer wine out of peaches. Millions of peaches. Peaches for me. No, you don't. So Typewriter denies that they like it when the elves suck. And all I have to say to that is, that's what they all say. Admittance is the first sign of healing, my friend. You can do it. I have faith. All you need to do is admit that you do indeed, truly, at the depths of your heart, love the elves. And only then can you truly start to fight back against those urges that you and we all know that you feel. I'm just saying it how it is, my friend. Sorry, that's all I have to say to that is just a snort. How's it going, y'all? Anyone purchase anything nice in the Steam sale? I haven't bought anything yet because I haven't really looked at it yet. I'm going to go digging into it like maybe tonight or tomorrow. Forgotten beast named Orul. Cock dat Xanthor. Don't cock that dun. Anyway, an enormous alligator with lidless eyes. It has wings of stretched skin and a bloated body. Its pearl scales are close set. Beware its poison bite. Yep. Yepers. Bot Rimworld plus biotech. Gotcha. Actually, there's a game I should check if it's on sale. I already own it, but it's only 10% off. It's not a huge sale. There's a game that's quietly one of the most underrated roguelikes on Steam right now, which is this. Quietly one of the most underrated roguelikes on Steam. It's a very Dark Souls inspired roguelike with a lot of Dark Souls style mechanics and storytelling. And he recently added a lot of voice acting, apparently. Like, the developer patches it once or twice a year, and it's like $16 Canadian currently. So it's actually not that deep of a sale. It's only 10%, so I don't know. But this is quietly one of the most underrated games out there. It even has some pseudo multiplayer stuff where there's a certain item that you can use, and if there's other players online, they can heal you, which is crazy, actually, considering there's only 2 people playing at most at any given time, so I've never actually been able to use it. But it's cool that it exists. Yeah, neat game. I wish that more people played this, but I need to make this is also on my my brain's been ticking for a while now about to do ideas of how I could cover this thing in a video. Cogmine's incredible. Also not that deep of a sale. Rift Wizard is okay. I want to like Rift Wizard more than I do. Rift Wizard? No, Rift Wizard. Okay, yeah, $6 for Rift Wizard's an easy sell. I like Rift Wizard. I'm too dumb to be good at Rift Wizard. That game just makes me feel so stupid that I don't know. There's something about Rift Wizard make me feel dumb. I like Path of Acra though, which I think is cheap. Yeah, Path of Acra is cheap. Path of Acra is $9, but Path of Acra is always cheap. Yeah, it's normally $12.99 Canadian. Now it's $9.09 Canadian. So what, $6? Path of Acra is great. If you like the idea of Rift Wizard but feel like you're too dumb to play Rift Wizard, play Path of Acra. So, fun fact about me and Path of Acra. I think I was the first person to stream it and make a video about it. I was so early in discovering this game, it was a HTML web game when I first played it. And I remember talking with the developer about how much he should charge for it. So, I was very early into Path of Acra. I put 100 hours into the HTML version before it even got going. So yeah, I think I'm in the credits for this game. I could just check. Sorry, we're gonna hear music from 2 games for a second. Although actually, I think I need to save this. No, I don't. Credits. Yeah. Hey. So, shout out to Path of Acra. Sorry to derail the stream. It's fine. It's fine. As if it ever really had rails. So, Drink Submerge the Unholy Heart is a very good name for a beast. It has no kills. I played Alona. I hate Alona. Leave me Alona. Alona and Alona Plus were insufferably grindy. And the whole learning curve of that game is learning how to not deal with the grind, and I never found that to be fun. And I realized that, like, Ellen is, like, that, but more and also better and less tedious, but yeah, there's, like, nothing about that game that I found pleasant or interesting or fun to play. I'm very happy that it exists, and I'm happy that, like, Ellen is doing well and selling well, and it has its community, but, like... yeah. Gator is slacking off. Yeah, at least none worth remembering. The elves say that we have much to discuss. I'm sure we do. They're partial to the trees in this area. They will let me chop down 57 trees until next year. That's plenty. Thanks. Easy peasy. They only let you have 5? Are you playing on Untamed Wilds? Because that would be why. They care more about Untamed Wilds trees and wilderness trees than they do about calm biome trees. They also, what's the word? There's, if you, I think it's in the difficulty settings. No, I guess it's just in the game settings then. Anyway, there is a setting in here somewhere where you can change the, excuse me, the number of trees that they allow you to chop down per year. Which now I'm not seeing. Must be in difficulty. There it is. Diplomacy tree count. And then if Untamed Wilds. So for Untamed Wilds, they'll let you have a starting value of 5 and then drop it or raise it depending on how many trees you chop down within that year. And then by default, it's 25. And if you have a better rep with them, they let you chop down more. If you have a worse rep with them, they let you chop down less. I wanted to love Undermine 1, but that game was a bit too meta progression-y for me. I like the aesthetic of it, though. It looked great. It's also a game made in Vancouver, so I'm partial to like it for that reason. I just kind of fell off of it pretty quickly. Got a bit too grindy for me. Yeah, meta progression is my arch nemesis. Put meta progression in your game, and I'm like 90% less likely to enjoy it and or play it. I just immediately start having this, like, impossible to get over feeling like the game is just wasting my time. Because, like, I want a game that I can beat on my first run and then get better at, not a game that is almost, if not completely mathematically impossible to beat until you've put X number of hours in, which is why I like games like Cogmind. Well, I mean, what it is it's giving the player artificial breadcrumbs to encourage them to keep playing. I don't mind unlocks, but like that game went too deep into that for me. Same with Binding of Isaac, does the same thing, where it's like there's a lot of things that make the game basically unfinishable unless you have spent the time to unlock them, and I don't like that. The thing about Hades is not a roguelike. Not at all. It's an action RPG game, or it's an action adventure game that is built around a looping structure where you get more and more story the more you play of it. I fell off of Hades because I don't see well enough to play it competently, and I found it frustrating. But that game is more about finding the story than the actual run-based nature of it. At least in my opinion. Hades, it kind of makes sense. I don't know. I'm okay with a complexity ramp up. I just want the game to be beatable. If a game isn't beatable on the first run, I don't want to play it. It's like Cogmind you can beat in your first run through it. But there's no fucking way in hell you're going to find all of the secret cities and the weird side content and all the quest lines and all of the optional objectives on your first run. It's the same reason, like, I took one look at Blueprints and was like, fuck this! Because, like, Blueprints is a adventure game stretched over a run-based structure where you are expected to figure out puzzles without having all of the clues, and the game will never give you all of the clues. You have to discover the clues, and you're not going to end up guaranteed to get all of the clues every run. And then when you figure out the puzzle, solving the puzzle requires you to then get lucky. Fuck that. Fuck everything about that. Presuming you have all of the necessary things unlocked to actually solve the... Fuck that. Absolutely fuck that. Have I thought of streaming what? Tome? I've streamed Tome. I played Tome back when it was called Tales of Lord of the Rings, because it was an Angband fork that was Lord of the Rings themed. But yeah, I have streamed Tome. Tome. Tome is a good example of how to do some meta progression correctly, though, because you just unlock like optional things. You can still beat the game the first run, though. There are types of games that I play, but I don't stream, if that makes any sense. Like, I play a lot of racing games. I play a lot of arcadey racing games and like arcadey sports games. I played quite a bit of Tokyo Extreme Racer. But, like, I streamed it once. Yeah, I'm good. I'm not gonna stream that again. Were you trying to keep up above in your head, but instead of going under? Shaku? It's been pretty great. It's been pretty great. Mishrak. Are those stream on VODs? I don't know. It was a while ago that I streamed it. Maybe. They might be on the main channel. Tome is a weird game because on one hand, I want to like it. On the other hand, I fucking hate looking at it. Like, yeah, I don't know. I have a mixed relationship with Tome. Tome is good. Tome is very good. I like Tome. Fuck Tome. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like, it's also kind of like playing Diablo in hardcore mode. It's like, you can love that game as much as you want, but when you die, you just want to beat the shit out of it and fight the person who designed it. Challenge them to a duel with, like, waffle bats, and that's kind of how I feel about Tome. Like, I play Tome, I get into it, and I'm like, yeah, this is great, and then I die, and then I'm like, I don't ever want to play this game again. Fuck this game. This is the worst game ever made. And then, like, 5 years later, I'm like, maybe I'll play it. Although the last few times I felt like playing Tome, I played it off stream. It's not even that it's hard, it's just... I have the same problem with CUD. actually. Except I like Cud more than Tome. Because Cud has this, like... You are going to die. And the thing that you're going to die to, you don't see it coming, you don't expect it, it's unexplained, and sometimes it's a bug. At least that's what it was like during the early access. It's better now, but where I would get into a run and I'd feel really good about it, and then I would lose the run and feel like the game cheated. It's one of the reasons why one of my favorite roguelikes I've played in the last decade, actually, well, Path of Acra aside, is probably Jupiter Hell, actually, which is also very cheap right now that I'm looking at it. This game. Because this game, with the exception of one issue that was very early in early access, I never feel like the game's cheating me. I know exactly what the fuck this game's doing. I feel very similarly about Cogmind, actually. I should stream more Cogmind. It's been a while. But, like... I never feel like this game is cheating. It's kind of hard to explain why, but I don't feel like this game is cheating, which is why this is my most anticipated game right now. This thing. The remake of Doom the Roguelike. It's like, when things are very easily describable and explainable, as in shotgun do spread shot, it's very easy to just like wrap your brain around concepts quickly. Although it helps that I played a lot of Doom RL when I was younger. So, yeah, I don't know. I like Tome. Tome is fun. I should stream more Tome. But fuck Tome. I hate Tome. It's just called having a relationship with hard games. Although, I feel like a lot of hard games just kind of feel like you're in a toxic relationship. It's like an entrapment situation. Where you're like, I want to play more of this. Fuck this thing. I love this thing. Fuck this. And you haven't booted it since? I feel like you just described like the Dwarf Fortress experience for 60% of the people who play it. Later on. Cogmind, I don't know when you played it, has a lot of UI options that I would recommend looking at the next time you try. Quasimorph is another example of games that I wish I liked. Because, like, Quasimorph's original demo was a roguelike. As in, like, you die, character's dead, you start over from the very beginning with no progression. And they turned it into an extraction shooter where you're, like, trying to get in, get resources, and get out and craft shit. I don't want to do that in a turn-based game. I do want to do that in Zero Sievert, though. Zero Sievert's fun. I just didn't feel like it. No, I get that. I've definitely done that with complicated games. I feel that way with Dominions, where, like, I could learn to play Dominions, and I could probably get into Dominions, and I would probably fucking love Dominions. But, like, instead I will just play Conquest of Elysium whenever they put out a Conquest of Elysium game. Because I turns out I don't really actually want to put the effort in to learn Dominions. I'm sure Dominions is phenomenal. But, like, what if I just played Conquest of Elysium badly instead? Of, like, putting the time in to learn Dominions. Have I played Loop Hero? I fucking hated Loop Hero. Oh my god. Like, I love the art and music of Loop Hero. I fucking hated playing Loop Hero. That might be one of the saltiest streams I've ever done in my life. Like, nothing about that game worked for me. The art is gorgeous. It sounds beautiful. I'm happy it exists, but I try to not talk about Loop Hero because Loop Hero is one of those games that like makes people upset when you talk shit about it. Because how dare you like the thing that I love, or not like the thing that I love, rather. Really? That's interesting. Depending on which game you're referring to, Scissordes, I think that Cud and Cogmind are maybe the best character progression games I've played in roguelikes, making your character feel meaningfully different. Also, I will say, if you're looking for a good roguelike to buy on sale, go buy Jupiter Hell. It's fucking $8. I put 400 hours into that game. I genuinely love that game. And even though most of you won't watch me play it when it comes out, I will be streaming a bunch of Jupiter Hell Classic. I think it's August that game's coming out. Can't wait. Super excited for that fucking thing. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I think that, like, video games, because it's such a... It's not like movies, right? Like, it's such a hands-on personal experience. Like, I can enjoy a bad video game. Or, sorry, I can enjoy a bad movie. Like, I can sit down and watch the worst thing a movie can do is be boring, right? Like, I can sit down and watch a bad movie and enjoy it. And unless we're talking about, like, so bad it's good video games in, like, a co-op experience for video games, it's very difficult, specifically, and especially for single-player games, and I think even more so with turn-based stuff. It's very difficult to enjoy a video game that you do not enjoy the act of playing. So home early? Welcome home early! Tiny Rogues too? I don't think I see well enough to play Tiny Rogues. But they are really different. It's kind of the same vibe, a very different game. When it comes to Conquest or Dominions and Conquest of Elysium. Similar vibes, very different game. Pretty great, Atomic. I think it's because a lot of roguelikes, or what people consider roguelikes, Cesardes, a lot of what people consider roguelikes are actually really poorly designed. And this is why I don't generally like rogue-adjacent games and tend to prefer traditional roguelikes, is take an action game, remove everything that makes the action game good, and promise the drip feed of meta progression, and you can get away with a lot of really crappy design decisions. And that's how I feel about a lot of rogue-ish games. And it's kind of the main reason I tend to not enjoy them or play them much. No, not at all. I like the new music just as much. I mean, sometimes, sure, but like, if I miss them, I would just go back and listen to them. They're still there. You can also mod them into your game very easily on death. I think it's garbage. But it's priced accordingly, Bismuth. That was a question about Vampire Survivors. It's a dopamine simulator. But, like, you know, I also think Cookie Clicker... To me, Vampire Survivors is about the same level of quality as Cookie Clicker. Cookie Clicker's fun. I've played a lot of Cookie Clicker. I would rather play Cookie Clicker. Like, I don't understand why people... want to play that game, because I sure as shit don't. Vampire Survivors is funny, and I respect the dude who made it. I have no desire to ever play those games or anything like those games. It's one of those trends that I kind of wish didn't take off as much as they did. But, you know, it is what it is. I don't even consider like, to me, card games shouldn't even be considered rogue adjacent. Like, it's ridiculous to me. Like, I'm a bit of a stickler when it comes to genre definitions, and I realize that, like, roguelike as a genre term has been completely co-opted as a marketing term for something that's completely different, and that's just the reality now, and I get that. But, like, if you're a card game, you're a card game. Card games have had permadeaths since fucking Solitaire. Why can't we just call them card games? But yeah, no, I don't really have any interest in Balatro, for reference. I like the aesthetic of Halls of Torment, so I actually played a bit of that, but then they went and put a bunch of AI art in it, and now I kind of like it less. Yeah, they have a bunch of like full screen art things in it. I don't know if they removed it, but you'd have to look. Like, just call games what they are. Just because you have a run-based system doesn't make you a roguelike. You're a roguelike if you have knowledge-based progression with random generation. And most games that call themselves roguelikes don't have knowledge-based progression with random generation. Most of those games are just a run-based whatever, like, subgenre you decided to stack on it. And we finally got another migrant wave. No, but that's the problem, Twitching Hour. Roguelite means nothing. It's like saying water and less water. It's still water. Roguelite means nothing. If you want to differentiate, use a term that means something. Pick a mechanic, right? The one that I've seen people using and the one I like to use is run-based, because it's the same number of syllables as roguelike, but it's the mechanic that everybody takes. It's the you die and you start over. That's what a run-based game is. So, as an example, Spelunky is not a roguelike. Stop calling it that. It's a run-based platformer. FTL is not a roguelike. It's a run-based strategy game. And none of those deck builders you play are roguelikes. If you want to call them a run-based deck builder, you can. But they're just card games. It's a solitaire card game. That's all it is. Because otherwise, if you take the meta progression, the when you die, you restart. If you take when you die, you restart and call that a roguelike, every single arcade game has suddenly become a roguelike. Every battle royale game is a roguelike. It's like the Call of Duty is an RPG logic because it has a skill tree. And it's like, it's just bad marketing at that point, because if your genre definition applies to like half of the games ever made, then it's not a genre definition. And then the few games that do fit that genre definition cease to exist. We stopped calling first-person shooters Doom clones when they stopped looking like Doom. That's the actual issue I have with it. So, like, Total Biscuit is who came up with Roguelite, and I commend him for his efforts. But I think his efforts were misguided, and I think there is a better way to do it. I mean, Call of Duty does have an RPG in it, so like every Call of Duty game I've ever played has included at least one rocket-propelled grenade. So I do have to give them that credit that yes, it includes an RPG, but that doesn't make it an RPG. You're welcome. You all behave, chat? Yeah, I'm getting hungry myself as well. Neither. You have a good night. That logic makes your brain itch? I mean, Fortnite's a roguelike, right? Like, if you run by what most people refer to as roguelites, like, then Fortnite's a roguelike. You know? Or Fortnite's a roguelite, rather. See, even I do it. I obsess over this shit. Because I have too much free time. It's the reality. You're not seeing old posts about it? They may have deleted it, but there was a very brief window of time where there was a, like the main menu banner was AI art. AI art, though. You're seeing it in Steam discussions? Oh, there you go. Sorry if I just ruined a game for you. The only ore in this map is gold. And I think it was 1500 rarity for the world gen. I think. That's usually what I set it to. It's been pretty great, Alan. Dwarves kite the way they should. I sent Mark's Dwarves after an Etten, and they successfully kited it by themselves without me doing anything before they ran out of ammo, and then killed it. And then when they knocked it out, they surrounded it and just pummeled it with bolts. Yeah, no, it's been pretty great. I'm gonna try and get some shorts out this weekend, showing off what ranged dwarves can do now. But yeah, no, it's in a pretty good spot these days. Quite happy with it. I'm trying to like factor in my brain of how we could fit the letter I into an AI art. But for fart, you know. With the Long Night. I like how you're referring to the Long Night as its own game. That's neat. Long Night is almost in-depth enough that it could have its own Steam page, though. That's not fair, though. Fairt is how that would be pronounced. F-A-I-R-T. How about farty? Or just go the Apple route and call it iFart. That was 3. Oh, actually, no, it was just 2 adults. Irmaluk, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Use a lowercase holes in the A? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like that okay, so Jesus just said I would buy an iFart if only for the name. I feel like that should be a whoopee cushion brand. But with a very capital P parody Apple branding on it. Shirts with I farted on them, what, like in the Apple font? I mean, that's what the Vision Pro is, right? Right. I remember seeing a lot of Iraq jokes around a certain time. And it was like a shelf. Yeah. Yeah, okay, no, a whoopee cushion in the shape of an apple icon, but it just says "I fart" on it. Yeah, there you go. Basically that, yes. Someone needs to take that to like CES and see if they get arrested. What was your conviction here? No sentence pending. Well then. That might have been what I'm thinking of then. Being an SNL skit. It better have Bluetooth connectivity, says Erdes, for $99.99 for the iFart. That also means it'd be $139 in Canada. That's steep, man. Was Mad TV close enough? All right, chat room. I'm hungry, and my rule for Friday streams is I stream until I get hungry. We've been live for 6 hours and 40 minutes in total. And then on YouTube, we've streamed for 6 hours. I have a video that I'm working on, so I'm going to do some editing tonight. But yes, we've had some pretty good progress today, you know? We've, sorry, Ermaluk, don't make me feel bad. Tell me what I'll eat. What the Heavy just said. I'm not going to go right away, but we will be going in a moment. We've began building a rooftop prison. This is going to be a prison cell for that vampire that we created today, or that arrived, I guess I should say, today. That's what's going to go up here, is we're going to lock him up here and then seal him up and try and use him as a way of getting rid of prisoners we don't want. You are a vampire. You profane. Speaking of Kill Bill style, you are a vampire. You profaned a statue, and we're gonna try and use you as prisoner consumption. We did some science with Mark's Dwarves. They are very effective and definitely achieve their goal. We did some more work down in the basement, draining lava. The hitching has come and gone a couple times, but the frame rate's a lot better now, so that's good. And we are digging out the magma sea. And one of the next projects is once we get around here and we get this channel down a couple layers, I need to get this sealed off here and here. But I want to seal this off and then drain this out, seal this off, and then I guess we'll have to seal that off as well. Still got more watering stuff that we're going to need to do in places, but the goal is to start basically exposing these spires, these fun tubes, all the way up and down and start chiseling them out, maybe going for adamantine and or other things. There's another one over here, isn't there? Where's the other one? Because there's this one. There's another one kind of close by to here. I know that. There's the other one right here. So we're going to start chiseling these out and having pillars of those. And then I'm going to start constructing a fortress in here, down here, and moving some, if not all, of the dwarves slowly down into the magma sea. Or alternatively, just some of them, and then begin trying to think about defeating Hell with Mark's Dwarves. But that is a goal for another stream. Since when? Since you punched one. Also, Neezer, I just saw that request.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove
If you're still here,
the seeds, the
I will do that off stream
nutrients,
after I
everything
end.
that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit.
Neezer would like me to name Shogun the bookkeeper, or a scribe or a scholar. I will get that done tonight. Alrighty, YouTube folks, I'm gonna turn you off now. But this is the last day of the stream week. I might You might see me on Sunday, potentially, if I decide to draw. But that will be on my